the law in the community posts, so don't worry about that. But I do apologize. I do apologize. Don't you guys worry. Don't you guys worry. We will at some point actually be doing horizontal streams. I think the best way to do this is probably to just do both formats. And essentially just say, here, we're gonna private this real quick. One moment, guys. We're doing some behind the scenes action. So, anyways, I hope we're doing well today, guys, though. I really do. It's a day. It's a day, let me tell you. We haven't even gotten to the news. It's just been a lot of behind the scenes stuff today, which is all right. Honestly, if YouTube could get their act together with the vertical stream being cropped, we would be fine. Unfortunately, they don't seem to want to do that. They want to keep your voices down. And I disagree with them. I wholly disagree with them. But the man is the one that is doing it, not me. We're gonna delete a couple posts too. In lieu for our TGDEU new law being drafted. And I'm gonna start posting more questions for the general viewers. Anyways, let's go. Hey, I got you, man. I got you. Bill, you've been here since day one, basically. And to be quite honest, I do take your opinion very seriously. You would be a senator. I'd say you would be, you know, if I'm the president, well, that's not quite true. I do hold your opinion in value though, because you've been here for a while. So anyways, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. Why are implying that all wealthy people are bad? Did I say that? Now, I'm wondering, do you think the average wealthy person has your interest in mind? Because I don't think all wealthy people are bad, but I do think that it is very much the elite billionaires versus the rest of us. So if that's how you're framing it, then yes, wealthy people bad. Oh, I like this. I like this little action-y vibe. Anyways, give me a second to get my window captures up, because we were just on the horizontal stream, but unfortunately, the YouTube gods do not want us to succeed, essentially. So that's what I've been dealing with, unfortunately. Let me go to... I just need to select my live source, activate selected. There we go. Already have a commentator. Power of the shorts. Yeah, I know. The power of the shorts is real. I won't lie to you. And I think I have, like, in terms of the shorts economy, I think my stream is a little bit different from a lot of others, you know? But, who knows? Who knows? I don't want to sound too pompous out here. We'll be getting started in about 5 minutes. I just like to chill out with you guys in the beginning of this, you know what I mean? Let me refresh my chat on OBS real quick. OBS, I have been, it's not OBS I've even been really having an issue with. It's Stream Elements. Stream Elements sucks, dude. I'm sorry. I'm just not a fan of Stream Elements. I don't like their AI, their UI. But who knows? We might start using, I mean, we obviously have to use Stream Elements for my dono links. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, you should totally go donate if you're feeling like it. Unfortunately, we were not able to get the horizontal streams to work, but we did get donations working. Now, as of right now, you will not see a flash on the screen, but I'll read your name out and I don't know, say you're super cool or something like that. Always a fun, see, I hate giving. I hate asking for money. But times are hard. So if you're feeling like it, go send it, but that's never gonna change what I do here. This is just a hobby. I love this. Anyways, I think we should probably get started. As the ending music of what's the name of that? Whispers? Shout out to Whispers. Now I've got Razer trying to advertise to me. What's going on? I'm afraid. All right, let's get this party started with our dear friend Caroline Levitt. Our dear friend Caroline Levitt. Look at her. Doesn't she look so happy? Now, I'm going to rewind because we were watching a little bit of this earlier. It's weird. It's odd that YouTube doesn't let you click on links in shorts. It is very strange. Anyways, let me rewind all the way back here. Then I'm going to get my creator dashboard from Stream Elements so I don't miss any tips, because that would be kind of mean if I just missed someone's tip, you know what I'm saying? I'm assuming it'll let me know in the yeah, it'll let me know there. All right, anyways, let's begin with our friend Caroline Levitt. She is an absolute just evil woman. I'm gonna be honest. She is not a nice person.
Good afternoon, Jackie. Thank you for that. Thanks for
I'm
coming
also
in.
gonna share my link. You know, ironically, I didn't even share my link for the last stream, so who knows? We might have actually just gotten thousands of viewers at once. Because I have the people clamoring right now, clamoring for me. I'm joking, by the way. That's a tactical meme. Everyone, we are live. Now, how upset do you think people are going to be when they click on that and they see that it's a vertical, you know? It's like you're a wife and your husband just said, "Yeah, I'll clean the bathroom." And you come back and it's even worse than last time. I wouldn't say it's worse, but it's just the exact same way it was. That's how I imagine they feel. I'm truly sorry about that, guys. It's not a day that goes by where I don't think about it. Alright, let me get rid of our Yu-Gi-Oh card here. By the way, Black Metal Dragon, fucking sick. We'll be replacing it soon, but I'm a big fan of I've said it before and I'll say it again. Huge fan of the Black Eyes or Red Eyes Black Dragon. I think it's just too iconic, you know? Huge fan. I'd personally say it's even cooler than Blue Eyes. Personally. I think it's a little cooler than Blue Eyes. Now, it doesn't have the spirit of an Egyptian, or the spirit equivalent to an Egyptian god, so that does kind of bring it down a hair, but, you know, that's okay. Not everything can be an Egyptian god card, you know? I wish they added more support for the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Red Eyes Black Dragon! I wish they added more support. They need to add, like... They just need to make an entire deck around them. As one of those structured decks, I feel. I'm not tripping on that good cushion alcohol, dude. I think they do. Anyways, I'm just sharing my stream, and then we'll truly delve into what's been going on in the world. Honestly, I'm still, you know, I always say this, but I'm still kind of waking up. But, you know, you gotta rise and grind, as the kids say. I'm honestly considering hiring an artist to animate my game screen and make it kind of come to life. But that's only after I really start investing in this, you know?
And on a snow day for the rest of the government in the country. And as much of the country feels the impacts of that winter storm, President Trump continues to monitor the situation closely, and he has remained in constant contact with FEMA and emergency responders. President Trump also quickly approved 12 federal emergency disaster declarations within 24 hours for the states of Arkansas, Georgia.
Now notice, there is a bit of a theme here. I wonder if you guys can tell.
Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia, enabling these states to access critical federal resources to supplement their response efforts if needed. These declarations will help state-led efforts of turning power back on, clearing roads for emergency services, and keeping communities safe. The White House will continue to correspond directly with governors and local officials in the coming days, especially in those states that were harshly impacted by this storm. I would also like to address the chaotic scenes in Minnesota over the weekend. Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Preddy, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI. The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As President Trump said yesterday, the administration is reviewing everything with respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out. But let's be clear about the circumstances which led to that moment on Saturday. This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota. For weeks, Governor Walz and the Mayor Jacob Frey and other elected Democrats were spreading lies about federal law enforcement officers who are risking their lives daily to remove the...
Why is your name that? That is such a weird name, bro. But he says, Trump, number one.
Worst criminal illegal aliens from our streets. Murderers, rapists, pedophiles.
Why does MAGA hate the Second Amendment? Well, that's a great question. I've been asking myself that, you know, and I can't square it away. It just kind of seems like they must be giant hacks. You know what I mean? Yeah, and what lies has the mayor been saying? I'd be
Gang
interested
members.
to know.
Governor Walz and Mayor Fry have shamefully blocked local and state police from cooperating with ICE, actively inhibiting efforts to arrest violent criminals. They have also used their platforms to encourage left-wing agitators to stalk, record, confront, and obstruct federal officers who were just trying to lawfully perform
Yeah,
their
I
duties.
just think they're unable to, I don't know. I really don't know. Their reasoning centers must be off whack or something.
Which has created danger.
I mean, how do you see this shooting and think that this is justified? Oh, we've got. What is your name, bro? Break the law, lose your rights. With a weapon, lose your life. Go Team Ice, Trump Nation. I fucked my sister last night.
Situations threatening both these officers.
Hold on, I'm gonna sign in with my chat here. One moment, guys. My apologies, madam. There we go. Now it's up and running. I'm okay with MAGA, but that username? Oh yeah, for sure.
And the general public
Yeah.
and Minnesotans alike.
They're just
This is
being open with
precisely
it
what
nowadays,
unfolded in
man.
Minneapolis on Saturday morning.
Did
Obstructing
you mod
federal
up
law
Morrowind?
enforcement and
Hell
inciting
yeah, bro. I got Tamriel rebuilt, and later tonight I'm gonna add Project Cyrodiil, I think it is, and Skyrim Home of the Nords. We're modding this shit to the max, gamer. Although I haven't played much of Morrowind, so I've been getting my ass kind of kicked, but that's okay. Nice. Hell yeah, man. Thanks for stopping by my channel, by the way. I really appreciate that.
Violence against officers is wrong and illegal. This used to be a universally accepted position in the United States. Amid the hysteria, we must remember how we got here to this moment today and what this Democrat opposition is about. Former President Joe Biden and the Democrats opened America's borders for 4 years, inviting tens of millions of illegal aliens from all over the world to flood into our country. Among them, violent criminals who terrorized American communities and have inflicted devastating, permanent pain and harm on law-abiding Americans and their families. Yet we never saw outrage from Democrats or their allies in the liberal media over these horrifying crimes against U.S. citizens. The pain of American angel families was ignored and dismissed because it undermined the Democrat narrative. Innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungray, Laken Riley, and Rachel Morin are just a few of the many victims savagely murdered.
Wow. That is some fucking insane. Like, this is some Olympic level stretching, right? That's going on now, right? Jesus Christ, dude. Talking about Laken Riley instead of the man that was just murdered. Woo! What a great idea. Thank you. That's gonna heal the nation. That's gonna heal the nation. New Chode Screed. Let me boot this up, gamers. One moment.
Calling law enforcement.
No way. No fucking way. Don Bangino said, Greg Bombino, Bambanino said this. No way. This fucking, oh dude, Greg Bovino is such a fucking loser, bro. All right, watch this. He's getting triggered. So we have, this is probably a level 9 cool. Morrowind is to use your attack and such on softies until it level up, because otherwise it misses all the time. Also, if you constantly jump, you can acrobat level up fast. Oh, bet. I think that's what I'm gonna do before I fight this Dwemer cave, because I'm just getting absolutely tossed. But I do need to what was I? Oh yeah, look what old Greg said. Let's take a
Calling
look.
law enforcement names like Gestapo or using the term kidnapping. That is a choice that is made. There are actions and consequences that come from those choices.
Whoa.
And then when you choose,
Shut the fuck up, Gestapo, fucking SS.
when
head.
someone chooses to listen to a politician,
By the way, this motherfucker is balding. Can we all agree? What the fuck is he holding on to? Bro, that's like 2 strands. He admitted the killing was retaliation of speech? What?
called journalist, a community leader, that spouted that type of vilification towards law enforcement or anything else, when you choose to listen to that, that is a choice, and there are consequences and actions there also. I think we saw that yesterday. Calling law enforcement.
His fault. Wow. Wow. What a piece of shit. God damn. He really is fucking losing that hair, though. I mean, I've seen SS officers that look better than this guy, you know what I'm saying? He needs to brush up. He's not going to look too good in the portrait next to each other. Damn, now that they said that they're so triggered by it, I kind of just want to keep saying it. It's the Streisand effect. Now that you fucking... Well, it's not quite that, but... Anyways, that's funny. Anyways, Caroline, what else do you have to say?
By illegal alien criminals. Earlier this month, an illegal alien from Mexico with a long criminal history who came into our country under Joe Biden's administration threw a baseball-sized stone at a school bus carrying children in New Jersey. And
holy shit! He threw a baseball... You're telling me. He threw a baseball-sized stone. That's a big fucking stone, guys. You know, ironically, for cancer treatment, if you want to keep your hairline treatment, is applying ice pack to the scalp. Interesting. Well, I hope that is the only reason that Greg Bovino is using an ice pack on his head.
The skull of an 8-year-old innocent child. President Trump promised accountability to these American families by securing the border, deporting every illegal alien who has committed crimes, especially and most importantly, violent crimes. Nearly 80 million Americans voted for him to deliver on that
what did
very
she say
promise,
about that?
And he is. As the duly
What did she say about the fracture?
By securing the border, President Trump and fractured the skull of an 8-year-old innocent child.
Holy shit. That is bad. But you guys arrested him, right? So it's like, there will be justice. Where's Elon getting deported? I mean, I don't know what weird fucking... I don't know if they really, if any country is gonna take him. You know what I mean? I mean, what even is he? He's not human. We know that. What even is that guy? I don't know. When we start fighting for AI rights, he might have a server he can upload to. Send the fucker home to Canada. Listen, Canada is a great ally. We love Canada here. I bet El Salvador will take them. I mean, they're pretty corrupt, so yeah, I'd imagine so. That's where all these fuckers are gonna be fleeing to when law and order actually starts to get reestablished. When they're not just breaking the fucking law. They're probably all gonna flee to El Salvador. Trump will flee to Russia. That's his go-to. But El Salvador, I can't imagine anyone's going, like any of the Trump admin is going to a European country. They're not taking that fucker. You know what I'm saying? No way in hell are they.
President Trump promised accountability to these American families by securing the border, deporting every illegal alien who has committed crimes, especially and most importantly, violent crimes. Nearly 80 million Americans
Hungry
voted
might
for him
take
to
'em?
deliver
Yeah, I
on
could
that
see
very
that.
promise, and he is. As the duly elected president, the president is
Him and Victor
fulfilling the
are
will of the
fucking
people by arresting and
pirates.
removing these threats from our country in cities from Los Angeles to New York and, yes, Minneapolis. Yet Democrat leaders in Minnesota with sanctuary city policies have actively defied federal immigration law and the will of the people. And as a result of that defiance,
FDY.
two
What does that
Minnesotans
even
have
mean?
now
What does
tragically
FDY mean?
lost their lives on the streets of Tim Walz's state. It is
Fuck
President
Donald
Trump's
Trump?
hope
Oh, bet. Amen, dude. Donald Trump is a fucking loser. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there. Trump is doing a good job. What is he doing a good job on? All I've seen is nothing but failure coming from the guy. For example, I'm sorry, but I'm not killing this script. Look how cute these things are. I'm sorry, but what has Donald Trump actually done? You know what I mean? Trump's a booger eating spaz. Oh yeah. Him and Nick Fuentes are very similar in that way. Him and Nick Fuentes are actually very similar. Whatever makes you feel better. What did Biden do for America? So much. He signed the infrastructure reduction bill. That's all of the American highways get finally revitalized after years of neglect. He signed the American Rescue Plan, which saw massive amounts of children. I believe it was actually half of America's children lifted out of poverty. What do you mean? Trump's doing nothing but being a absolute failure. It's honestly kind of sad. You'd think he'd be better. We all go to bad thinking of Trump. What do you mean? I don't even know what you're trying to say there. Let's go. We got a fucking scam. Sometimes I just named you 2 facts, and what you came back with was nuh-uh. I want you to think about that for a minute.
and wish and demand for the resistance and chaos to end today.
By the way, exciting news. I don't know if I told you Harris sucked, but conservatives, I don't think Harris was even that bad. I don't know why a lot of the left hated her, but she had she didn't have time to run a great campaign. And I thought she was offering a lot of good things. She offered ways to combat prices through price gouging policies and stuff like that. She was pretty good. Yeah, and I mean, compared to Trump, it's like she's actually the best. You know what I mean? It's like, how can you even? They're not even comparable. They're really not. Fucking hate Sky, what are they called? Cliff Racers. Dude, these things suck. You thought dragons were bad in Skyrim? There's an oscillating sound every now and then. Oh shit, that's my bad. I have a leg spaz that, or a leg tick, I guess. And, it just happens when I'm multitasking sometimes. Alright, friends, Billy, you have not at all contended with any of my points. You're just saying Trump is the best. Which, I mean, you can do that, but it doesn't really aid to your point at all or anything like that. It's very sad. By what metric is Trump the best? That's what I'm wondering. I think they weigh it by how racist someone is, I guess. I don't know. That one's gonna trigger them. Trump's not racist! Trump's not racist. He's not racist at all. Hold on, I just realized I have my top chat on and not on my live chat. Oh geez, I didn't realize we had a Bible thumper in chat. Hell yeah, dude. Trump is the best president since Jefferson Davis? Dude. Abraham Washington is my favorite personally. I that's just me though. I know a lot of people are going to disagree, but I think Abraham Washington was a really good one. Anyways, let's continue on.
That's why President Trump spoke with Governor Walz directly this morning, and he has outlined a clear and simple path to restoring law and order in Minnesota. Number one, Governor Walz, Mayor Fry, and all Democrat leaders should turn over all criminal illegal aliens currently in.
Trump actually thinks Trump is racist. God, could you imagine? King George III was the best leader for America. Well, I think some of MAGA would actually agree with you, believe it or not. You know, as for freedom and democracy as they like to be, they, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening to me. That's all right. We're squishy. We're still on our first level. These things happen.
Incarcerated in their prisons and jails to federal
Imagine
authorities.
thinking Trump
along
is
with
racist.
any
Well, I mean, I don't have to really struggle with that. It's a leap in logic to assume he's not.
illegal aliens with active warrants or known criminal histories for immediate deportation.
But to be honest, I just think he doesn't like black people. I think he's cool with like people who are a little lighter in the skin tone. But once you get to black people and then people of that are from the country of Mexico, that's when he starts to really lose it.
Number two, state and local law enforcement must agree to turn over all.
All right, some dumb beats. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do feel for the plight of the Palestinian people, and I think they deserve a state. I'm for a two-state solution, though. So I'm not radical in like thinking that one side or the other is super evil. I think they both have done horrible shit to each other, and they both need to be separated for a time. And then at some point, they can vote on a referendum to join or not join. It can be every 10 years or something like that. Never underestimate the ability of the right wing to shamelessly exploit a situation for personal or political gain. And political gain. Amen, dude.
All illegal aliens who are arrested by local police. And then thirdly, local police.
Two-state is what we had, unless we think Israel will let them have a military. Israel is doing a genocide. Should not exist. That's where we disagree. I think Israel has full right to exist just as much as the Palestinian state. And you also have to look, the polls say that the people there do not want to join together. And so we should just do two states until they can eventually, at some point, find it within each other to love their neighbor. Yeah, because the left, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's their hate. Well, so I think both actors are obviously not wanting to settle down, and they both seem very intent on killing each other, which is sad. I have friends from Palestine and I have friends from Israel. People have the right to free it. No, the idea of states are very concrete, and the idea of like shared culture and stuff like that is a thing. I'm not stupid and don't acknowledge that. Kept expanding. Yeah, Israel shouldn't be doing that. But at the same time, that does not give Hamas to do the right to do January 6th, well, October 7th and stuff like that. But to be honest, to be quite frank, I'm gonna be a little controversial here. I don't really care what's going on in Israel and Palestine. We have our own shit to deal with right now. Like, yes, it's horrible what Israel is doing in Palestine, and it's horrible what they did on October 7th, but right now we have an existential threat at our neck right now, you know. I believe in a two-state solution. That's what all the people there say they want. So that's typically what I go with, and I've stuck myself on a fence pole, ladies and gentlemen. I've gotten off. But I think Palestine has a right to exist. I don't think you'd disagree with that at the end of the day. Like, Palestine definitely has a right to exist. It's very much a real place. Israel and Palestine have been fighting for thousands of years. What can we do? I see what you did there, Timmy. It's good to see you, by the way, man. It's good to see you. It's been a while since I saw you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. To like the 50s? Yeah, and a lot of countries have it didn't exist until the ideas of sovereignty and liberty reached them. And the idea of like borders and stuff like that. Palestine and Israel both have a right to exist. I don't want to expel either people from where they are. That's why I think Israel is in the wrong a lot of the time. But, the Palestinians, it's more Hamas. The Palestinian people want peace. It's much more Hamas. States come and go all the time. Well, when you say you want a single state, that means institutions will have to be reshaped, all of the laws will have to be redone. Like, it's a big ask, and I understand that that may sound cruel, or not even cruel, but just not really taking into the Palestinian the I taking in the Palestinians point of view, but that's what has to happen. They both have to. Sorry, I kind of got distracted there for a minute. I didn't realize where I was. I'm in the Fort Monmouth fort. But I think if Hamas was to just give up power and give it, what if they actually, instead of giving up power directly, what if they set up an actual representative government that actually represents the people? And then when the time comes, they lay down their arms And some of them integrate into a military faction, some of them become politicians. That's just not what's happening right now. They just want to continue to fight. Two-state ignores the historic reality of constant expansion. Well, that's why you need more than just Israel and Palestine supporting this. That's why you need major powers that are going to check Israel. And the only thing, and Trump is definitely not going to do that, but I think we both agree on that. I don't really, like, I think we can have our disagreements and stuff like this, but I hate focusing on the disagreements between left and liberals because I think it just drives a wedge where there doesn't need to be one. At the end of the day, we both want both people of each state to live in peace and harmony. So, as long as we can accept that and say we fund the expansion, well, that's fucking Donald Trump ain't stopping that. I doubt you're even old enough to vote, bro. Fuck, you got me. I'm actually 15. Yep, you got me. I didn't just have my birthday, where I turned 26. Think there should be division from left and liberals? No fucking way, bro. Why? Do you want to see do you want what happened to the you want what happened to the Weimar Republic? You want the communists and liberals to fight each other while the fascists rise? As soon as the left wins primaries? What are you talking about? In the Tennessee election, I was talking about Aft and Ben for days. What are you talking about? Because we're not same team? Yes, we are. Dude, that's sad. You don't want to, you think you can take Trump alone? Do you seriously, okay. You think you can take Trump alone without all these institutions? Okay. Have fun with that. Mamdani. Yes, I love Mamdani. He's a fucking, like, absolute Chad. What are you talking about? Yeah, even Jeffries supported Mamdani. You need to seriously think about what you're saying. You want the left to just completely split off from the liberals. I'm a liberal. I'm a progressive liberal who believes in social policies. But I believe in the free market and capitalism. Unrestrained, it's horrible, but when it's put on guardrails, it was working for most of the world. Are you okay, Greg? Anyways,
Must
let's
assist
continue.
federal law enforcement in apprehending and detaining illegal aliens who are wanted for crimes, especially violent crimes.
Here, I'll tell it to you like this. And I personally think this is a great way to do politic right now. But I am willing to join up with anybody who is against this fascism in our government. And I'll tell it to you like this. I'd rather have 10 liberals, 5 commies, and 5 conservatives on my side than 5 liberals, and you may be then 5 liberals on my side. And you may be asking, well, what happened to the liberals, commies, and conservatives? Well, the liberals and commies ended up killing each other, and the conservatives solved that, and they just switched back to fascism. And then it just left us there alone. That's what's going to happen. That's what you want. I am willing to sit down with anybody, anywhere, and have a conversation. And like, I think I would absolutely fry someone like Nick Fuentes, because you don't take interviews like those seriously, because his ideas are not serious. They're stupid, and they've been disproven thousands of times before. You just gotta. Anyways, I'm kind of rambling, but yeah, I'd really think about that, man. Like, think about what you're advocating for. You're advocating for a less strong coalition. And you guys kind of got, like, you guys wanted Mamdani, you got Mamdani. I think Mamdani was great, but some people at my party were a little about them, but now that he's on board, he seems to be getting quite a bit of support now, doesn't he? Oh my god, Cliff racers are the fucking worst, dude.
If Governor Walz and Mayor Fry implement these common sense cooperative measures that I will add have already been implemented in nearly every single other state across the country, Customs and Border Patrol will not
The
be
majority
needed
of
to
U.S. conservative politicians have switched alliances to fascists. There are a few exceptions. Well, I mean, that's why I say just 5 moderates, because all the other ones just left. Oh my god. I'm not in the mood right now, man. I gotta get this show going. Anyways.
support ICE on the ground in Minnesota. ICE and local law enforcement can peacefully work together, as they are effectively doing in so many other states and jurisdictions. Additionally, President Trump is calling on the United States Congress to immediately pass legislation ending sanctuary cities once and for all. American cities should be safe sanctuaries for law-abiding citizens.
Yeah, well, there's a couple more. It's not just authoritarianism, it's also Trump has been doing fascist-like things. You can't deny that. Holy shit. Maryland? Who the fuck is calling me from Maryland?
With a simple question. Do you need money? And
No.
I'm not talking about pennies here, but $62,000 of real cash.
Real
that
cash,
could be available
guys.
to you right now. If your answer is yes, grab your phone and press 1 immediately. It's simple. We can get you
Okay, I
temporary.
can't. I was about to press 1, but I can't. F every maggot piece of shit. Well, I do think that we should have a little sympathy for people that just vote. I need 62,000. Fuck, you're telling me. I think we should have sympathy for, like, your average American that just voted for Trump kind of based on the economy. Now, MAGA figureheads, fuck yeah, fuck those losers. Like people like Pam Bondi, people like Donald Trump, of course. Vance, all of them, fuck them. But your average American, and fuck all the shit funnelers too, like Benny Johnson. You know, there is definitely a special place in fucking whatever comes after this for people like him. There is a difference between being MAGA and voting for Trump in 2024. I totally agree. I totally agree. So yeah, I guess fuck MAGA, but you know, a lot of people pick up the title MAGA and don't really realize what it means, I feel. Includes some ideological component of... Well, there is an ideology around MAGA and all that. I would definitely say it's all about it's American nationalism, you know. There's definitely an ideology. Told them this was going to happen. Well, I know, but some people are stubborn, unfortunately. Unfortunately, some people are stubborn and they have to touch the stove. Biden's mind was gone? Is that why so many leaders in the House and Congress said he was putting them to the grill in Congress procedures and during spending votes? The painter was definitely not right, and you can get that shit the fuck out of my America, you loser. Ain't no fucking way we're gonna allow
only,
Nazi
not for
scumbags.
dangerous illegal alien criminals
You
who
guys
broke
are
our
gonna
nation.
lose. Like, I hope you know that. Like, you've already lost. The entire country thinks Donald Trump is a laughingstock. I mean, you lost. Your figurehead is gone. Nobody's gonna take booger picker Nick Fuentes seriously. No one's gonna take fucking JD Vance seriously. I mean, you guys are cooked. Every day your guy gets up there and makes a fool of himself. And the nation while he's at it. But anyways.
Laws and do not belong here. We hope Governor Walz will do the right thing and continue to work with President Trump to keep the American
Yeah, dude,
people.
it was kind of crazy when Biden kept saying he was to take over half of Ireland and kept calling on Ireland Poland. That shit was crazy. Hey, what's up, Noah? Good to see you. Is that better than shaking hands with the air? I'd rather have my president shaking hands with the air than confusing countries. Especially countries he's considering invading. But what do I know? What do I know? Anyways, we're going into Balmora. Actually, hold on. I want to see how close am I to leveling up. Jesus, Peter.
Safe following their call this morning. Americans overwhelmingly want exactly what President Trump is delivering: strong borders and strict immigration enforcement against the worst illegal aliens, of which there are still hundreds
Yeah,
of
exactly.
thousands.
You're making my point for me, Greg. Yeah, he's not a real politician. He's a showman. Exactly. Nothing he does is serious. It's all just for optics. OMG, okay, dude, how about letting millions of Americans and the unalive Americans, is that okay? Well, I think that if Immigration and Custom Enforcement was doing targeted raids that worked with the local government's structure, I think that'd be totally fine. The problem is ICE is just doing massive sweeping raids. And to address your letting millions of Americans, I'm assuming you mean illegal Americans, which thank you for calling them Americans, they are. But the reasons that we let so many people in is because we had record low unemployment and you need employees to keep bringing the economy in. And it was not 15 to 20 million. If you look at the CBT statistics, you will see that the number of illegal aliens that came across the border went from 11 million to 14 million. No, you're an American if you want to contribute to this country and make it better with the taxes that you do. Local governments won't work with. Yeah, well, if they're not working with them, then I should just stay the fuck out. And I mean, you can still send the information to the local PDs. The idea that they're protecting criminals is fucking insane. Why would they do that? It's okay if Americans die then, right? LOL for low unemployment. Well, how many Americans have died due to an illegal immigrant? Can you tell me that? Am I monetized? Not yet, but if that actually reminds me, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. We're on the road to 500, so the little gem in the bottom left there shows you how many, each sub goal we have. If we hit the sub goal today, I think we'll do a MS Paint drawing. A couple of the MS Paint drawings would be fun. Oh, the leg? Oh, shit. I didn't even realize that. Is it still causing static here? Let me boot up my phone real quick. 67% of the murders committed this year in Minnesota were by ICE. It is very kind of... that's interesting, isn't it? Hold on, I'm gonna check my stream real quick. 67%. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Tens of thousands. Look up Engel Moms. I'm not gonna look up that. I'm not gonna look up your weird pornography, dude. I'm sorry. That's just not something I'm interested in. I hope you understand. 67% killed by ICE. Well, there have been how many murders in Minnesota this year? There it is, an America liberal that thinks it's okay for Americans. You did not, I never said that. I'm just wondering how many Americans died due to illegal immigration. I don't think it's many. I think honestly probably more people were born due to illegal immigration than died. So I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. God, but you guys really do think like so low of America. You guys think America is like this weak country that can't be, that can just be, there, our traditions and values can just be overrode instantly by some different culture. Like you guys are so, you guys must hate, I think you guys hate America. I'm gonna be honest. I just think you guys hate America.
Deport from
No, there was a shortage of people in when Biden let in released, or I guess should say kind of loosened immigration standards. By that logic, we would be fine without any illegal immigrants. I have no idea what you're even saying to that.
the interior of our country. The most peaceful way to carry out this vital public safety mission is for Republicans and Democrats to do it together and for state and local law enforcement
no
to
idea
work
by
together
what logic.
with
You're gonna
federal law
have to-
enforcement. We
I
want
talked
to
about
let
a lot of
cops
things,
be
man.
cops. You wouldn't know this continues to be a very popular policy position from the biased media coverage over the course of the last few days. But polling shows huge support for this exact thing President Trump is calling for.
I
More than
haven't seen that
80% of
polling.
Americans favor deporting illegal aliens convicted of violent crimes. A country unable to deport criminals who enter it illegally is no country at all. The open borders agenda of Kamala
like it
Harris
has to be millions. I mean, Biden let in millions of illegals, so the number of deaths should be in the millions too. Or those people must have had terrible KDs. Honestly, true, bro. Must have had some horrible KDs there. Well, good thing, Dart, good thing that Biden didn't let in 10 million people.
Harris, Tim Walz, and the Democrats was already on the ballot on November 5th, 2024, and it was resoundingly rejected. President Trump will never back down from his promise to deport violent criminals.
Well, Seymour, if you agree that fraud is a problem, then why did Trump defund the IRS by so much? Because they're the exact agency that would root out fraud. So your guy doesn't agree that fraud is a problem. He just pardoned somebody again for committing fraud. He said, you got it once? You know, it's like, I have no idea how you guys even think that Donald Trump actually cares about fraud. That's kind of laughable, honestly.
Criminal illegal aliens and make
Well, you'd think you'd have one statistic on how many Americans died due to illegal immigrants, but for some fucking reason, you just can't provide that statistic. If it was such an endemic problem, you would think, right? Is the mind just brain chemistry, or is there a soul? Hurting? Oh, he wants his destruction ASAP. Hey man, I'm starting to think this man is controlled by foreign adversaries at this point. It's kind of shocking how much he betrays the American ideal. IRS does do a little for fraud, but most of the large fraud investigations are actually discovered by inspector generals. Too bad Trump also fired the inspector generals week 1 back in office. Hell yeah. If Trump were a Chinese agent, he wouldn't have to change a thing. Amen. Hey, what's up, Keki? How we doing? He wouldn't though, for real. I really do think this man might be a foreign adversary. And there are some conspiracies I was listening to that were touching on that. It was very interesting. I mentioned the numbers station in my stream that I deleted previously, but I want to do more research into that because I was able to find some like Cuban radio stations that were going crazy, or Cuban, not radio stations, but numbers stations that were going absolutely crazy during January 6th, and then completely halted all communication for like 8 months after it. Conspiracy that he's a Russian agent? Well, I don't think I mean, I'd have to see more proof, but he's definitely very friendly towards Russia, and collaborated in some aspects. Not in the traditional aspect of you do this for me, I will do this. It was much more they just wanted him to win. According to CBP, 11 to 12 million illegals during the Biden admin, and they have no idea how many just walked in. Ooh, that's not true. Hold on. From January 20th, 2020 to January 20th, 2024. Enforcement US. We'll just check the AI overview here. Border encounters. Yeah, these are just not supporting what you're saying, unfortunately. You have no idea. We have no idea what Trump talks about with putting in private. He probably talks about his dreams and desires with his good friend. LL, this will be good. Yeah, you got fucking absolutely demolished, dude. You were wrong. Nowhere is it saying 1 million, or not 1 million, but 10 million people. Here, let's go to their actual stats though. We can do that. Total enforcement encounters. So if we're going by just their encounters, I mean, this is about 5 million encounters, but this isn't talking about it's still absolutely destroying you, by the way. You're totally wrong about all of this. Did you notice that? You're still totally wrong. But let's continue. These are rescues, border searches, related resources, previous year statistics. It's more like 3.1 billion at this point. Are you talking about immigrants? I don't think so. I think you're a little off.
America safe
not
again,
accepted half
and he
of the
welcomes
world,
all
but
cooperation in that effort. With that, I will answer your questions. And Jordan Conradson, why don't you kick us
I
off
love this. When MAGA gets checked on a fact, they go LOL.
today? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Caroline.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I do a show every day typically where I talk about the news, politics, and I will have my stream scheduled out for the next week by the at the end of this stream. So get excited.
Conrad's from Gateway Pundit. I have a few questions. First, with respect to the shooting in Minneapolis, we're seeing massive outrage from mainstream media and the left. But I'm just wondering, where was that outrage when Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran, was
Where to find his stats? Hell yeah.
executed by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, who she posed no threat to?
Okay, the CBP only logs encounters, not net gain. Interesting. Oh, so now he's pivoting. He's pivoting. Look at this. Gob is pivoting. King Trump is saving personal freedom. I don't see how he's doing
The
that.
U.S. Capitol.
Well, you raise a very important point, which I also believed I just raised as well.
He's
in
actually
those
getting
opening
rid
remarks.
of a lot of them. You can't even Google. Oh, God. What are you talking about? You just got you just got checked. And you don't know how to accept that. Keep playing it? Well, now because Null4250 told me to keep playing it, I'm actually going to wait like an extra 2 minutes. I was about to let it start playing, but just because of that, you made it worse for everybody else. Congratulations, man. Yeah, this is fun, isn't it? Shout out to Null. What is my opinion of Tim Walz? I mean, he seemed to be a pretty good leader of Minnesota. Oh my God, here we go. Talking about Ashley Babbitt. Can we talk about something else that's a little more relevant, guys? Oh, brain dead. Oh, so should I scroll up and not give a shit? Well, if that's what you want to do, I don't give a fuck. Keep playing it. All right, well, we've just added 5 more minutes to the clock, folks. Low IQ individuals rely on others for their existence. Yeah, kind of like the Trump, kind of like the MAGA YouTubers. You know, without Trump, they would be absolutely screwed. Brother, you have some weird math going into that. I'm gonna be honest. It looks like you are adding both. It looks like you're adding number of border encounters, number of like the border encounters aren't net gain. You know that, right? Keep playing it. No. There we go again. Soy sauce. 10 more minutes. All right, now I know soy sauce is being a memer, but we'll start it.
In that there has no doubt been selective
You have
outrage
to
by the
fold in? What does that even mean? Bro, I think you're just using every number that you've ever seen related to immigration statistics, and you're just slamming it in there. It's kind of embarrassing.
liberal biased media and picking and choosing victims and highlighting their stories. And as I've said, President
know. I
Trump
think
does not
Abraham
want
Lincoln
any
was a good one.
Americans to lose their lives in the streets of America and in American
gotta
communities
stop doing
across the
the,
country. He believes what happened on Saturday is a tragedy.
I do this
But every
sometimes
life is
in,
equal to
these
President
types of
Trump, and
games.
that's
I
why the
just
lives of
wander
Laken
around 'cause
Riley
I
and
like the
Jocelyn Nungray
atmosphere.
continue to matter to him and be an utmost priority to him to this very day. And it's unfortunate that we did not see the same type of sensationalist
Gob, I
media coverage.
totally believe that you're a lifelong liberal. Totally believe you. Bro, bordering. I just showed you that that's not true, Giggity. You are a fucking liar. God. This is something that frustrates me about the Trumpers. It's like, I just showed you the facts, and you're not gonna, you don't believe them. using their power to stop an impartial investigation with the 2 killings of American citizens for exercising their rights. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting, right? But these guys are the definition of bootlickers. They will defend anything Donald Trump does, no matter how bad for America it is. Which is also why I implore them to join the Discord if they ever want to school me and actually use the facts that they quote unquote believe. What did you show? Where did you show them? Bro, do I have to do this again? I guess I do. CBP statistics. Number of border encounters. It doesn't even equal how much you're saying. And these are just the number of border encounters, folks. Anyways. Let's continue. This is almost like the gas. It's like I have a 10-minute struggle session with these poor people.
Over the tragic deaths of those innocent American women and girls across the country, as we are in the wake of this tragedy that took place on Saturday. Gabe. Sure, go ahead, Jordan.
I want to get your response to this.
Oh, what are you talking about? This is so sad. It's such a struggle
The
session.
Arizona Attorney General, just days before this shooting in Minneapolis, she seemingly encouraged rioters to go out and shoot and kill ICE agents. And I'll quote her here. She said, "If you reasonably believe your life's in danger and you're in the house or in your car..."
It's been 70 days. Oh, don't ask brings up an amazing point. It's been 70 days since the Epstein files still haven't been released. Isn't that interesting? It's almost like they're hiding something. It's almost like these people are hiding something. What? Just realized I was wrong? What are you talking about, dude? I didn't realize anything. You can look here. Does that equal 11 million? Does that equal 11 million? Giggity, tell me. Do those numbers added up equal 11 million? I'm waiting. How does that number equal 11 million? I don't think it does. Anyways, let's press onward.
You can defend yourself with lethal force, and she said that you can't tell if ICE agents are law enforcement.
It's a
or not.
playbook. The Democrats play every election now. What is the playbook? By actually providing for the American people, which the Republicans seem so unwilling to do. Mr. Jeff Curry, I'm going to be honest. I disagree. I think the Democrats are far more interested in solving Americans' issues than Republicans are. Republicans have sold their party. They have said, we do not want to be an individual. It's 11 million. Use a calculator. I don't think that's 11 million. Just tell me how much it is.
And it becomes an issue of whether you reasonably believed they were law enforcement. Do you have a response to that? And does the White House believe that she should be held accountable for
Well,
these remarks?
such dangerous rhetoric, as I pointed out, is exactly what has brought us to this position today, where you have elected Democrat officials across the country.
Yeah, aren't
who
you
are
a little bit curious about where those Epstein files are at, though? For real.
encouraging left-wing agitators and crazy people to go out and unlawfully obstruct lawful immigration enforcement. Again, these
Democrats
brave men
doom
and women.
and gloom, no solutions. That's actually not true. The Democrats provide valuable policies that would actually get the that would actually fix Americans' issues. See, you see a lot of this from MAGA now, this both sidesing. It's just embarrassing.
of ICE and
No, Democrats were investigating. Joe Biden had an active investigation the entire time he was in office. However, Donald Trump instantly closed it during the Texas floods. While everyone was distracted, Pam Bondi put out a 2-page memo saying, "Nope, no one else is in trouble."
Border Patrol and the federal enforcement are
It adds to 10.5 million. God damn it. No. But those are just encounters, right? I like doing this because I'm just talking, these are just encounters. Anyways.
just trying to do their jobs to enforce our nation's
I liked
immigration
arguing on that point because I'm glad we agree that it was only 11 million encounters, and that's not nearly as many as they actually let in. I'm glad we can agree that it was actually just 11 million encounters. So now that you concede that, how many of those people actually came across the border? Because now you've conceded it cannot be more than fucking 11 million people. Moron.
laws and to go after the worst of the worst in this country. I would encourage everyone in this room, and I would encourage the Arizona Attorney General to look at the video of an ICE agent in Minneapolis. He was approached by left-wing agitators
What
who were
bills
honking
have them set out to help us? Oh, there's so many. What do you mean? I mean, if we just want to talk in Biden's era, I mean, if we just want to talk in this era, we have the Epstein Transparency Act, which was a policy signed into law by Donald Trump that was authored by Ro Khanna, a Democrat, and Thomas Massie. They got a vote on the affordable health care subsidies. I mean, what do you want us to do right now? We're not in power.
their horns and were screaming slurs at
See, it's easy to just call someone names when you actually don't have any points, unfortunately.
him, and he rolled down his window and he said, "What are you doing? I am out here trying to catch a
Shifting
child
the
predator,
goalpost
somebody
yet again,
who has
giggity.
convicted crimes
love it.
against an innocent child, and you are trying to obstruct me from doing my job." This rhetoric against
Trump signed that bill? Yeah, he did. And he has yet to actually follow through with its orders.
comparing them to Nazi Gestapo Donald Trump's police force is despicable. It is shameful.
Look how bad For Debate Steph wants to be like the culture wars. I want to go back to the culture wars. Instead of actually addressing anything Trump has done in the past year, he's like, I want to go back to the culture wars when we hated on trans women. Sorry, dude. I think your time has passed. Donald Trump himself doesn't really care about the trans issue. Otherwise, Caitlyn Jenner wouldn't be allowed to walk on the premises. Yeah, he's fine with trans people. He knew it would just get him elected, though, so that's why he ran on it.
And it is precisely what has led to the escalation of tensions in Minneapolis
The
and in
left
other places.
who loves to protect child predator sex offenders like Donald Trump.
Across the country. Gabe, go ahead.
Be looking into her for justifying violence?
I would defer you
actually?
to the Department of Justice on that.
Thank you, Caroline.
Gabe.
Regarding Minnesota, on Saturday, the Department of Homeland Security posted that Preddy looks like he wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law
I didn't delete
enforcement.
your post. I don't know. I didn't see it. Deflection, huh? Why didn't Biden answer the question? What question? The
Stephen
Epstein
Miller on
files aren't
Saturday
stealing
posted-
your tax dollars? Well, Trump's pardoning people that are. So don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that.
that are called Preddy a would-be assassin. Why did administration officials jump to conclusions before an investigation had even been conducted?
Well, look, this has obviously been a very fluid and fast-moving situation throughout the weekend. As for President Trump, whom I speak for, he
Trump
has said
is
that
the main business man for the worldwide trafficking of children. I have no idea about the allegations of that Shapiro dude, but it is interesting nonetheless. Ironically, I don't think anybody has really heard of that case. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I thought I was in the
that he wants to let the investigation continue and let the facts lead in this case.
With regards to the deployment of Tom Homan to Minneapolis, should the deployment of Mr. Homan to Minneapolis be seen as a sign that the president is dissatisfied with how the officials on the ground?
No,
can
you
handle the
Democrats are hurting
Mr.
America.
Homan is doing an exceptional
Bro, we're not even in power. What are we doing?
job, and he has been working with Secretary Noem and President Trump over the course of the last year. Secretary Noem still has the utmost confidence and trust of the President of the United States, and she's continuing to oversee the entire Department of Homeland Security and all of the immigration enforcement.
Transgender in women's sport is a dead issue, bro. I'm sorry. You are desperately trying your hardest to revive it, but people just don't give a fuck. They care more about ICE murdering people in the streets. Sorry, friend.
That's taking place across the whole entire country. Of course, Secretary Noem is also in charge of FEMA, and we are in the wake of a brutal winter storm where hundreds of thousands of Americans
By the way,
have
if you
been
guys are
impacted
enjoying
by
the
that.
stream, please remember to like and
Borders Are Homan
subscribe.
is in
It
a
really
unique
helps out the
position to
channel.
drop everything and go to Minnesota to continue having these productive conversations with state and local officials. And I know that he's catching a plane in just a few hours to do just that at the
Oh yeah,
request of the president.
subscribe. I actually ironically just did that. But yeah, guys, remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. I'm here every day, so this woman is such a liar. Why bother with her? Well, it's good to hear what the rightoids have to say, you know. I enjoy typically how the stream goes is we do some news and then we'll watch a rightoid of the day. I need a reason to subscribe? What are you talking about? This is amazing content. You've got an absolutely beautiful UI, completely different than any other streamers. You've got the loser POV down there. I mean, why not subscribe? You need a reason not to subscribe,
Jennifer.
honestly.
Shooting, has the president been briefed, and have you been briefed on specific details of the shooting? How many shots were fired? How many guns discharged? And I mean, did the protesters' gun go off, or only the officers' guns? Do you have any of those details?
Again, the investigation is continuing, Jennifer, and we will let the facts lead and we will let the facts play out in this investigation. I do know that HSI and FBI are conducting interviews with those that were involved and the agents who were involved in this unfortunate tragedy on Saturday.
Are they keeping the president up to date on all those details?
The president is obviously very much on the ball
Beg
with
for
respect to this
subscribers.
investigation. I
What the
think he's
fuck
made
are
that
you
quite
guys
clear,
talking
with
about? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry, you know, typically I wouldn't have to do the like and subscribe, but we're on shorts and the view time isn't as long, so I gotta remind people. So humble. I know, right? Just the most humble. Holy shit, why are there so many phone calls today? Hello? No, I'm not Emmett. Is that who you wanted? You wanted Emmett, didn't you? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not Emmett. Oh, well, hold on. Looks like we got another call from fucking Indiana. Are you looking for Emmett? Let's merge these calls. One moment. Damn it. It's a joke, find a sense of humor. I didn't see the joke, I'll be honest, but I apologize. I didn't get the joke. My bad. My bad. I don't make money off of this. I have a Streamlabs link. I just put a Streamlabs link for tips just today because people have been asking for it. But I mean, I doubt I'm even going to get anybody to tip me there because I don't do this for money.
The various statements that you've seen him put out, and also the 4 points that the president has outlined as well to Governor Walz, and to encourage him to cooperate with ICE and with the administration.
And look at you. Look at you. Putting a man down, putting a fellow American down for using his political speech. Now, you should be ashamed. You should be absolutely ashamed.
On Gabe's question, Secretary Noem said Alex Preddy committed an act of domestic terrorism. Stephen Miller labeled Preddy a domestic terrorist. Does the president agree with them?
Look, as I've said, I have not heard the president characterize Mr. Preddy in that way.
Well, you're just an out-and-out fascist, Justice. I hope you know your guy is looking ever weaker as the days go by. He is looking like a horrible rallying figure, in my opinion. The liberals hurt America. See, I really don't think Republicans and conservatives are hurting America. I really do think it's just this MAGA curse. But I have no issue with someone being more conservatively minded. I wish we had a functioning Republican Party. Unfortunately, we don't.
However, I have heard the president say he wants to let the facts in the investigation lead itself.
Was he alarmed to hear his top officials referring to him in that way, rushing to that judgment?
Danny, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. On Stephen Miller's comments, will Stephen Miller be apologising to the family of Alex Pretty for calling him, quotes, an assassin who tried to murder...
What facts are we waiting for? The right is the one labeling Petty a domestic terrorist over nothing, Pretty, my bad, and refusing to do an investigation. What do we wait for if there won't be an investigation? Well, we'll have to unfortunately wait until the next election cycle, but these people will be voting against the regime. By the way, good to see you, Terracotta Frog. I don't think I've seen you here before, so thanks for stopping by. This isn't left versus right anymore. It's most of us are united against the regime. Yeah, exactly. I think that's an important thing to highlight, is that a lot of conservatives have moved over to the Democratic Party because they don't like what Trump's doing.
Federal agents, despite the fact that, as
protesters don't belong in the streets facing off with ICE agents. I think that's exactly where they belong. What are you talking about? They should be fucking in the streets protesting. Sorry. They've investigated themselves. Innocent, can't you believe? Nuremberg 2.0 coming to a court near you. Well, I think these people do need to rot in a prison as a powerful reminder of why oligarchy and fascism does not work. Year 7 of searching for my stolen bike? Well, good luck. Good luck. I wish you luck.
say this is still under investigation?
Look, again, this incident remains under investigation, and nobody here at the White House, including the President of the United States, wants to see Americans hurt or killed and losing their lives in American streets. And we mourn for the parents. As a mother myself, of course, I cannot imagine.
But could you imagine, like, being this in love with a politician? It's kind of sad. I mean, it's not kind of, it is sad, you know what I mean?
The loss of life, especially losing one's child. And that same empathy from the president goes for the parents of angel families, and parents of victims of illegal alien crime across our country.
All right. If this is what, she's just going to keep doing this shit, we can get on to Legal Eagle. He's a little more dry, but I enjoy his coverage. No, the Democrats have a completely functioning party. Our whole thing is a big tent party, so we've got plenty of people.
What is basically the execution of Alex Preddy.
Conservatives haven't moved over, then why are there so many conservatives in my Discord and chat that say they used to be conservatives, but they've seen what Trump is doing? And to be honest, I think it's kind of ironic. You guys, the people of freedom, the party of freedom and liberty, are upset about people wanting to change their gender. I think that's wild.
Seen it from more angles and more times than I care to repeat. I'm not going to give an in-depth frame-by-frame analysis. You don't need a lawyer to tell you what you can see with your own eyes, which is that it was an inexcusable state-sanctioned murder. There is no excuse. There is no justification. And it is the latest in what is probably a long line. This one happens to have been videotaped, thankfully, by many brave.
Oh yeah, we're about to have a lot of 2A people joining after this. They see how much you guys don't really give a fuck about the Second Amendment, and they're going to be coming over to this side. I actually think the Second Amendment is genius. And a great right to have. I'm very proud of my right to own a weapon. So sorry you guys kind of exposed yourselves, but that's what happens with authoritarianism, you know? You can't have the population having a weapons. Are you joking? Oh, you guys are just, it's sad, dude. It's sad to see the Republican Party in the state it is. I do think it can be cured, but it's going to take a lot. But I don't think it's completely all gone, although you guys have done a good job in fucking it up.
Bystanders, as you can tell.
Dude, for debate, Steph, do you want to come into my Discord and debate? You are chirping a lot, and your name is for debate, so I would assume you'd want to debate.
Tell I'm not in my studio. I was on a plane yesterday. Oh God, it's cold out here. It's 0 degrees, which is still 10 degrees warmer than it is in Minneapolis right now. But in some sense, I do this for a living. I analyze the videos that are out there and think about things from a legal perspective. And you know, I saw the first video when it came out. It was pretty clear.
2A all the way. Yeah, I love the fucking Second Amendment. They need a better PR team. The Democrats, I think we're working on that. I'm an independent that will not vote for Democrats, so you're a Republican. Thank you. That's all you had to say, man. You could have just said you're a Republican.
You know, with any video taken from across the street, there's some ambiguity. And but I think the second video came out. In the second video, you can hear that Alex Preddy's last words were, "Are you okay?"
Dude, it is just hard. Oh, dude. I won't lie. This is one of the reasons I ended the stream earlier last time. I just... it gets me, too. Because, to be honest, I could totally see myself in that guy's shoes, you know? Sorry. I might... That's just a human response, you know? To want to help your fellow man. And,
yeah. Which he said to the woman that was next to him, who had been pushed down by the ICE or CBP officer who was acting unhinged, where Alex Pretty just has his phone out and his left arm is free. I think those were his last words, and I think those were his last acts, was trying to help the woman that was pushed down by the man in the green sweatshirt, who I think eventually was the first agent who shot him. And like I said, I'm not going to go frame by
Cloud
frame.
Gaming, you really need to
But
stop
to-
doing
to-
this meme. Nobody's deleted what you said. You're just faking it. So you can make people, I'm assuming, think that I'm deleting stuff. Kind of weird. I didn't think I was that big, but
My eyes, you know, the last thing that Alex Pretty did was to help others. And look,
yeah, that's this man's last act, and you guys are treating him like a fucking domestic terrorist. Shameful, dude. Fucking shameful. It's when deleting someone's comments. I'm not deleting your comments, Cloud Gaming. No one's deleting your comments. You're having a schizophrenic episode.
my legal analysis doesn't change when the victim is, you know, a bank robber or a saint. Everyone deserves.
Now, typical. Ooh, someone's projecting a little bit. Pedophile cowards. I think that's a little bit of projection. Cloud Gaming, do you have something to tell people? Like, why? Do you have something you want to say?
The same rights.
Do you and Trump share predilections?
And it doesn't justify or justify less the actions of what happened, but it does heighten the loss of what happened and the people whose rights are being taken away and their lives are being taken away. So look, I'm going to try and gather some thoughts, which I'm only going to do because I think a lot of people are, you know, thinking the same thing, whether you're a lawyer or a layperson. I think we're all absolutely enraged, not only by, you know,
You
the
don't
loss
want
of
our politics? Well, that's crazy. That's crazy because I want to hear from the Republican side. But unfortunately, you guys have such an issue with other people using their freedom of speech. And so you whine and complain when you see a YouTube that disagrees with you. I mean, it's kind of pathetic, honestly. But I
of
guess
Alex
we'll
Pretty, but
continue.
Renee Good and everyone else who has been, you know, pushed aside and has
Cloud
been caught
Gaming out
in
here.
this web.
That's embarrassing, man. After what you just kind of exposed yourself to be, I wouldn't be talking, man. But I don't know.
Of what is clearly illegal action from our federal
Shutting
government.
down again?
Like,
Fuck yeah, it is. Damn right we shut the government down over this fucking bullshit. You do not kill American citizens in the street. Fuck yeah, we're shutting this goddamn government down. And we have demands this time. We want more fucking training from ICE. We want more fucking accountability. I'm sorry. Don't you whine and complain and Republicans talk and use their First Amendment. I mean, I wouldn't quite say I'm watching a Republican right now, but I make fun of Republicans, yeah.
like I said, it doesn't change the legal analysis, but it does say something that Alex Pretty and Renee Good before him seem to be the best of us.
Dude, Cloud Gaming doesn't understand what moderation is. He doesn't realize that you can't send a link in fucking chat unless you're a mod, but I guess that's difficult for him to understand. Anyways, guys, if you guys are enjoying the stream, by the way, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm.
And there's a reason why they were gunned down It's because they put themselves out there. And by God, that's commendable. And we need to continue to stand up because they did too. And look, you don't need to be a lawyer to know that their shootings were not justified. But I think we need to take a step back too to recognize that, you know,
I don't know, MAGA
ICE
might
and
need an
CBP shouldn't have been there in the
authority
first
to tell 'em
place.
it's wrong.
They have no right and no duty to do crowd control, to be on the front lines using weapons against protesters. These people should not be armed. We've sort of grown inured to it, but they are not enforcing criminal law.
Oh,
Even
yeah,
when they are
if you
enforcing.
think that, okay, Cloud, you realize in a MAGA chat, you would have already been banned, right? They don't like criticism out there. As a matter of fact, I called somebody a loser. Just a loser. I said, that's a loser take. And I got banned from Euro and Travel's fucking Discord for being too mean. You guys are the ones with snowflake feelings and facts over and feelings over facts. Make no mistake.
Enforcing immigration laws, which they are not right now. It is state-sponsored protest control of people exercising their First Amendment rights. At best, they are enforcing regulatory and civil laws. And there's no reason they should have firearms in the first place. I don't even think should have
Joe
less
must have missed the update. Yeah, you're not being racist towards Somalians anymore. It's just American citizens you need to hate now, man. You can hate more people now. Yeah, it's fine. He must have not gotten that update, unfortunately for him.
lethals like pepper balls, and they shouldn't be using tear gas and pepper spray and bear spray on protesters. That's insane. It would be as if
And now since Cloud Gaming got called out for being he didn't even deny the pedophile accusations. That's crazy. But since he got called out on a lot of his facts, now he's going to soy and cry like a loser. That's interesting. Like, why didn't you deny that, Cloud Gaming? I'm sorry. That's like the first thing. You're like, no.
He gave every postal worker and every person who delivered.
JTHM, I'm sorry, but you do not seem to be as intelligent as Legal Eagle. It seems like Legal Eagle probably knows more about the law than you. So I'm going to trust his opinion over yours.
The mail, an AR-15. They don't need it to complete their duties, and it's insane that they have been armed and are wearing flak jackets and are obviously wearing masks for no other reason.
Lamau. That's all he says. Oh my god, he might be one of those groypers that actually just embraces his pedophilic predilections. Are you one of those, Cloud Gaming? It seems like you might be. He is factually wrong. And the reason I know this, I have not been to law school or anything like that, but the reason I know this is because of vibes. Thank you. I need to be jumping everywhere. Forget about that. Oh, this woman looks like she needs help.
Than to obscure their identity and prevent accountability. Obviously, the shootings are unjustified, but the entire situation that recently Alex Preddy unfortunately found himself in, and the woman next to him, they should not have been pushed aside by these putative federal officers for exercising their First Amendment rights. They should not have been restrained.
To God I
they should not have been pepper sprayed while
He's
they were
still not denying it. Bro, you can just say, no, I'm not a pedophile. Holy shit. Cloud Gaming, it's not that hard. Just say, no, I am not a pedophile. I'm trying to help you, man. That's like one hurdle we gotta jump over, though, before I can have a conversation with you. I'm sorry.
Restrained, and of course, they should not have been shot and murdered while they were prone and restrained. None of that. The entire situation should not have happened. 3,000 ICE and CBP officers should not have been deployed to Minneapolis in the first place. I will echo what some legal commentators have said. This is basically stochastic terrorism. If you send 3,000 untrained psychopaths with guns into a place where people are angry, where they are not effectuating the law, you don't know who's going to die, but you know that people are going to die.
Do you believe the DEA should be armed? Yeah, the DEA, but he's not talking about those exact, he's talking about federal agents in general.
And I think that President Trump and I think that Stephen Miller
We
have
only
blood
need
on
3 more until 300 subscribers, or 300 subscribers, guys. So if you guys aren't already, make sure to like and subscribe. Really helps out the channel. All right. Sorry, my mic got a little fucked up there.
their hands. Because this is what they wanted. It's honestly incredible that the people of Minneapolis and Minnesota have shown as much restraint as they have, and that they have not taken the bait, and they have not responded to violence with violence. And that's incredible. And it deserves commendation. Not the least of which because they're not going to be the last. It's going to come to other cities, predominantly blue and majority Democratic cities, because what ICE and CBP are doing.
These officers do not have good aim. They actually have got some horrible aim. Some embarrassingly bad aim. What's up, Rootsy? Good to see you. Watching on mute, but still here. Well, we've got some people in the chat today that are absolutely wilding out.
A terror campaign. It is a pretext that they are effectuating anything related to immigration at this point. And also, I will point out that there are a lot of people doing a lot of good. There are a lot of lawyers working overtime. Right after this happened, lawyers who had already received a temporary restraining order saying that...
Cloud Gaming, he basically just he has yet to answer my question if he's a PDF file. So I think he's just basically he's admitted to it. And that's something, like, I can't debate somebody who has that predilection, dog. I'm sorry. Cloud Gaming, I need you to right now say you're not a PDF file, or else I don't know if I can have you here, man. I'm gonna be honest.
ICE could not employ unconstitutional methods to restrain and punish all of the protesters, filed an emergency motion with the Court of Appeals to lift an administrative stay that was put in place,
you can't
which is
do it. All right, bro. I'm sorry, but if you have those predilections, you're getting booted from my channel. Sorry, man. You can't you can't just say stuff like that. Sorry. We do
a thing that often happens, and it's insane that they would need a TRO in the first place to restrain these people en masse from conducting unconstitutional raids and unconstitutional methods. But the declarations from people who were on the scene and saw Alex Preddy shot with their own eyes, it's crazy that lawyers would respond within a few hours and get that in front of a judge. It's also, there was some parallel litigation from the Minnesota Bureau in charge of the investigation that was stymied by ICE, which is another thing for another day. Within a few hours, they had a motion in front of a judge seeking a temporary restraining order.
Good to see you. How are you doing today? I need to be on the coast somewhere.
To prevent ICE from destroying evidence because they already mucked up the crime scene. The declarations and affidavits from people in support of that are also incredible. And another incredible thing that is within 2 hours,
No, I
a
said
Trump-appointed
federal
judge.
agents. Not every federal agent needs to be armed. Don't mischaracterize my speech, you silly goose. Apparently there's a farm somewhere around here we gotta find. Hopefully it's somewhere around here.
Judge granted the TRO.
By the way,
and
Ice Beans is an amazing content creator. You guys should go check out. She absolutely does amazing streams. I wasn't able to catch her last one, but I will definitely be in her chat next time. I really do enjoy her streams. They're really good. The usual, looking for my passport so that I have marginally higher chance of not being deported if ICE picks me up. Well, I mean, they're even deporting, they're deporting people that look like me even, so.
You know, these are not
Yeah,
perfect
no
mechanisms. It's something that in the past.
I'm not hyping it up enough, honestly. If you say I love, well, I do love I love some Republicans like Thomas Massey. But I'm not gonna say I like Republicans. You know what I mean? We disagree on a lot of things. Hope you're doing well, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am doing.
Has
pretty
helped
decent. I
to
can't
prevent ICE
complain.
from.
We were gonna do a horizontal stream today, but unfortunately, we had to cancel that. God, she is slow.
destroying evidence, which I think they did in the case of Jonathan Ross when they took all of the stuff out of his house and put it God knows
we've
where.
got-
It probably goes without saying, but
For debate Steph here, who's not actually for debate. Illegal immigrants are criminals, duh. Yeah, but it's not a federal crime, it's a civil offense. You're gonna have to try a little harder with that one, man. You're trying, I mean, again, let's be realistic about what they're trying to convince me that I need to send my fellow man out of the country. And their best argument is illegal immigrants are all criminals. Thanks, man. You're really moving the needle with that one.
it's unfortunate and it's crazy that we cannot trust we cannot trust
I
federal.
managed to unredact part of the Epstein files. Oh, jeez. Let's see what this is. Let's see. Sorry, the screen's going to go black for just one moment. That's good, bro. That is amazing. Good job. Damn, I mean, I had a feeling this man might have been culpable of something, and what do you know? Look, his gamer tag is right in the Epstein files. He's the only one not blurred out. How do you not deny, like, he just ignored my question like fucking 10,000 times. It's like, I'm gonna draw the conclusion. Zoom in. Oh yeah, I need to zoom in a little bit, my bad. Yep, look, he's right there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, for some reason, yep, look at him. And maybe we can see, there might be something there too, but I can't believe it, you know? We had an actual Epstein member, party member in our chat. That's scary. Oh, you never know how big the world is, or how small it is, really. Oh, if you, by the way, let's just
Names like
remind
Gestapo.
everybody what Greg Bovino said.
Or using the term kidnapping. That is a choice that is made. There are actions and consequences that come from those choices. And then when someone chooses to listen to a politician, a so-called journalist, a community leader that spouted that type of vilification towards law enforcement or anything else, when you choose to listen to that, that is a choice and there are consequences and actions there also. I think we saw that yesterday.
Capping for ICE couldn't be me. Oh, I know. These people are so willing to lick the boot. It's sad. They're my fellow Americans. And it just makes me think, oh, these motherfuckers would have been the loyalists back when the Redcoats were taking over. MAGA bootlickers tread on me harder. Where are all the 2A supporters now? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering too. Like, I've seen a couple. I think we're about to get a huge wave of conservatives that are like, what the hell is this?
Officers in the first place, but we also cannot trust them to investigate. There are also things that Congress can and should do immediately. Obviously, they should not fund ICE in the future, but that's the table stakes. We need to have serious curtailment of the immunity that exists. Federal officers do not have absolute immunity, but they do have strong immunity, and it is incredibly difficult to sue the federal government when you have had your constitutional rights deprived. Obviously, there's qualified immunity on a state level when state actors do that. It would be unbelievably easy for Congress to amend the current laws to provide a right of action for people to be able to sue, to remove qualified immunity unnecessarily, and to prevent all this stuff in the future, because the current framework for immunity for people who commit
on the streets.
Heinous crimes like these, I think it's untenable and it's disgusting. And then, of course, the people who are responsible for this at the very top need to be impeached. This is an impeachable offense. Like I said, I truly believe that this is, or some version of this is exactly what Donald Trump and Stephen Miller wanted. And in some sense, they have gotten what they wanted. And now it's time for them to be removed from office because they are absolutely unfit from top to bottom. It needs to be removed root and stem. And if you thought it couldn't get any more craven than it is, within hours of Alex Pretty's shooting, Pam Bondi sent a letter to Governor Tim Walz saying that if they would turn over voter information.
JTHM, you are such a soy, bro. I'm sorry. I just got to say it. You're soying out about what a lawyer is saying about the law. Imagine that. Thinking you know more about the law than a lawyer. You know what I mean? Could you imagine? Why isn't there 1,000 exposed videos on Legal Eagle right now? JTHM, why don't you make an exposed video on Legal Eagle if you're so confident that he's a liar? God, it's the definition of soy. And it's just sad. Because I know my fellow Americans are better than this. Apparently I fucking do. No, you don't. I guarantee you what you're saying is fucking bullshit. And just some weird legal theory that you whipped out of your ass. But for debate, Steph, also, please remember, if you want to debate, man, like your name implies, please come onto the stream. Let me know that you're in the Discord, and I'll bring you in here. And that goes for anybody here. If they want to debate me and school me. Unfortunately, no MAGA has yet to do that. It feels like it might be a while, but we're hoping.
Then they would withdraw ICE from Minneapolis. So if you want a confession that this was never about immigration and that on some level this is about winning the next election, and that if you thought that these people couldn't get any more craven, they can, and they will, and they did. I'm flabbergasted from everything that's happened. The thing that I keep coming back to is how incredible the people who are resisting
you're on Discord now.
are doing in the face.
That's fucking sick. I'm glad to hear that, honestly. Trump literally sucks? Oh yeah, Trump is not good for our country. Not good at all. He's hurting it. He's hurting it. Alright guys, left or right?
Of such adversity and how they are rising to the occasion.
Oh, did she die?
I believe.
Oh no. Oh no, what happened to her? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Did she fucking die? Oh no, she's just stuck. She's just stuck. This way, ma'am. Ma'am, it's this way. Or actually, yeah, you can wait here. You can wait here until I find the fields. We are just one subscriber short. Let's go, guys. We're getting close to the 300.
Attorney General Bondi said that this country was formed for respect for law enforcement. I actually think that that could not be further from the truth. This country was formed by resisting and rebelling against tyranny. And
Amen.
that tradition is what I think people point to when they say that we engage in American activity, and we should continue to do so. I know people want to do something, and our options are limited. One thing that you can do that was recommended to me by commentator Will Stansel, who is on the ground in Minneapolis, is to donate to the Lawyers Guild of Minnesota, the ACLU of Minnesota, or Minarca of Minnesota. They are on the ground providing legal relief to the people who have been caught up.
That's interesting. Yeah, guys, I think I might, for the next stream, I'll put those links in the description so you guys can go donate, because I like mobilizing my community to actually do good. So, oh, that actually reminds me, there is, let's get rid of Greg Abbott. There is a kitty shelter that is getting closed down that needs our support. Here we go, Soft Paws Rescue. Now, it's just this old guy, and he owns a bunch, or no, I don't think this is it. Oops. Lots of Soft Paw Rescues. This is him.
Hello.
He's got some very sad things. But look at this. Look at all these kitties. Guys, you guys need to go support this man. Go like and subscribe. Because this guy needs his kitties. He needs his kitties helped. Anyways, we're gonna continue onward on to how ICE is using far-right subculture to recruit. This could actually be very interesting. Recession is looming, wake up. Oh yeah, the AI bubble is definitely about to pop, by the way. We have OpenAI and a bunch of other different companies saying we need more people to use our AI services, or else we are gonna take a huge, absolutely massive loss by buying these data centers in anticipation for more AI usage. So, oops, somebody created a bubble, and now I don't know how we get out of it, to be honest. Like the market for AI is being very much propped up right now.
Or ICE, the agency that's been at the heart of Donald Trump's deportation plan, well, they've been on a hiring spree. Like, check out this TV ad they've been running.
Join the mission to protect America with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits.
I've gotten this ad. YouTube? One moment. The homie. Oh, post from the Onion. Let's go. Let's go. I didn't even see what it is. I'm just fucking pasting it in here. Let's see it. Oops. Sorry, guys. Trump boys put Nobel Peace Prize. God damn it. They did it again. They did this with the fucking FIFA trophy too. You'd think Eric and Junior would be safe around metal, but unfortunately they're not. You'd think. Jesus. Well, is it ruined now? Maybe she gave him an actual chocolate one.
Apply now. Join.
But online, the recruitment campaign uses different language that's familiar to far-right extremists, raising the question, who exactly is ICE trying to recruit?
Yeah, no, that's not the point, JTHM. Again, you can't possibly actually debate somebody on any real principles. You know that's not what they're saying. You know that's not what they're saying. You know what that video, this is not what the video is about. It's embarrassing. 9 viewers. Well, I will say, balls in your mouth, that it's more than you. It's actually a lot more than you. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you could even get like 2 people to listen to you. Hello, you're now talking to 70,000 people. Oh, never mind.
Last summer, the agency was given $8 billion.
By the way, Ice Beans is actually absolutely destroying the MAGA in my chat right now. She's a pretty good debater, so I will say that. She's pretty great at debating.
To turbocharge recruitment. The hiring campaign included social media outreach, which caught the attention of experts who study the far right.
I would describe it as oddly very familiar as someone who has been looking at the white nationalist and neo-Nazi movement for nearly a decade now.
In Minnesota. We've already been over that. I've done a couple streams going over Nick Shirley's video. And if you're talking, oh my God, is this where it is? Hold on, did I find the fields? Ooh, I think I found the fields, guys. One sec. Sorry, I'm just having fun. I'll go back to lurking. Oh, no problem. No problem at all. I enjoy hearing from you, my gamer in Christ. Oh yeah, Rootsy's here, by the way,
And it's disturbing to see that coming from a government agency.
I don't know if you heard, but me and Rootsy are starting a podcast here soon. And I'm pretty excited for it. I'm pretty excited.
In August, ICE posted this image on Instagram and X. Note the tagline, "Which way, American man?" It's a meme often used by right-wing influencers, and which refers to this book, a 700-page anti-Semitic rant popular with neo-Nazis. Another post, this one from October, has the tagline, "America for Americans," a xenophobic slogan used repeatedly by the Ku Klux Klan.
That is xenophobic as fuck, dude. What are we saying here? Oh, is this the field? I think this is the field. But what are we saying here? Women's lives are at risk in this dystopia. I do agree that the Trump regime is very, very much orienting for women to have less of a role in society. And Project 2025 spells it out, basically.
Experts don't think these references are a coincidence, because it keeps happening. Hannah Gase has spent years.
Oh my God, what is this crying about cussing? It blows my mind. Hello, you are now talking to 70 billion people. What do you have to say to them? You don't have a single thing to say to them, huh? All right.
Researching right-wing extremism online. She walked us through the coded language she's been seeing in the ICE recruitment posts, like this one that uses imagery from the video game Halo.
So anti-immigrant groups have described immigrants coming into this country, particularly non-white immigrants, routinely as a flood.
Or this one, posted just after the killing of Renee Good in Minneapolis.
What are we looking at?
So this phrase, "we'll have our home again," right here, That is a lyric from a song released in 2020 by a white nationalist group called the Pine Tree Riots, affiliated with a white nationalist organization in the United States called the Manor Bund. Some organizations like the Proud Boys kind of took up the song as their own. They started singing it at rallies.
And the Proud Boys, a far-right group that's listed as a terrorist entity in Canada, have taken notice. On the messaging app Telegram, one chapter reposted that
Just about
ad
anything
next
you say or do these days, somebody has already done. And that is one of the most toxic ideas you can ever have in your brain, because it basically will it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, you make something cool and you're like, oh, well, what's the point of sharing this with the world? People have already done it. That is so not true, dude. There's so many things people haven't done. Pretty soon you're going to be talking to yourself. Well, that's all right. I did that for the first couple months of my streaming experience, and I'll do it for the rest. Is this? Oh, we're on the ocean. Are we on the city right now? What? Yeah, I guess we are. Wrong way.
next to a
By the
picture
way,
of
if
a
you guys are
literal
enjoying this stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted. We're on the road to 500. I think we're gonna hit 300 today. So once I hit 500, I can become monetized, and tipping can be a much more seamless experience. You'll get super chats and all that sort of fun stuff. All right, I need to
dog whistle,
focus on
adding the
my-
line, message received. It's one of several posts from affiliated accounts encouraging members to apply. ICE says it received more than 220,000 applications in its recruitment drive last year. And some are wondering how many of those applicants were responding to the controversial social media posts.
It's
Hey,
unprecedented
thank you so much, John. I really appreciate that.
for a government account that would normally focus on, pretty bland messaging and policy descriptions to be
Oh,
regurgitating
303 subscribers. Hey, let's go. Thank you guys so fucking much. That is huge. Awesome. That is so cool, guys. Thank you so much. I don't claim to be some expert on all of this. I just, I'm your average American who has an issue with the current administration and likes talking about politics. So I really appreciate you guys showing all the love and support. It means the world to me. Ma'am, you're stuck in a bush.
white supremacist propaganda.
Heidi Barrick
yeah,
is the
let's go. That's
co-founder
huge.
of the Global
Here,
Project
one
Against
sec.
Hate.
Let me open up Paint real quick. Let me open up Paint, and we'll fill in the 300. The 300 goal. Let's go. That is huge, guys. Thank you. Let me open up. It's not the Newsomatic. What is the name of this file? It's a Gamerbox. Yep. Gamerbox. I think it's volume 2. Yes, it is. Let's go. All right, what colors are we feeling? What colors are we feeling, chat? Got any colors you guys want to see?
And extremism.
The most dangerous part about it is that this probably is attracting white supremacists and other racial extremists to perhaps join the ranks of ICE. And that is a very toxic, very dangerous situation if it's happening.
ICE has been rushing its new recruits into service, reportedly cutting training time in half. But Barrick says the danger of recruiting with extremist language goes beyond
Orange,
who
baby?
might get hired.
Let's go. It's gonna be orange. Ice beans, by the way. I do need to I need to make a TGD EU character for you. I think I'll do that today, because I'll be drawing TGD EU characters later. And I definitely need to add ice beans to there. Let's go orange. Let me see here. Let me feel around. Oh, that orange? That's not what I wanted to do. I use a custom application called paint.net. That's a lot more. Oh yeah, I like that. We're saving the orange. That just allows a lot more interactivity and has more tools. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We now have 300 subs. We're only 200 subs. We're more than halfway there. We're more than halfway there.
It's the normalization that I find the most frightening. I thought we had all, not just in the United States, but generally come to the position that white supremacy is a dangerous ideology, that neo-Nazism or the Nazi regime are dangerous and shouldn't be
Love the
part of
Trumpster?
mainstream.
You love him? That's a little gay, man. I mean, hey, I'd say live your best life, but it's a little gay, man. Congrats. Socialist politicians in DC have acknowledged they approved the insurrection. What are you talking about? That no one has done anything like that, my friend. Damn, it's kind of sad though. MAGA is getting kind of the Trump regime they're not getting enough support, so the bots are just getting lazy. Like account 2292. Could you get a little more creative with that? I mean, Jesus, how much are they paying these bot networks? Obviously not enough.
Society, polite society, period. But apparently not. The Trump administration doesn't seem to think that. So when the most powerful government maybe in the world is mainstreaming white supremacy, we should all be very, very concerned.
Social media outreach is only one part of the ICE recruitment strategy. The agency is spending millions, according to the Washington Post, on geotagging technology to target ads at specific demographic groups, like people who attend UFC fights or gun shows. ICE also rolled out TV ads aimed at police officers in sanctuary cities, where illegal immigrants can still receive public services.
In sanctuary cities, you're ordered to stand down while dangerous illegals walk free. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst.
David, who do you think ICE is trying to attract with its recruitment strategy? David LePan is a former spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security, which is responsible
for that guy that was in my chat that was like, I joined ICE and they've got great benefits. Like, it kind of puts it into context, huh? Interesting.
for ICE.
It sends a very clear message about who they're trying to attract. And I said, it's people that want to get involved in getting rid of
Is there a mod that lets me pet scribs? I want to be able to pet a scrib. They're cute, dude. I love them. They're just adorable. Like, how could you say... I would definitely have a scrib. Jesus Christ. Yes, it's real. I'm sorry, I'm not buying your fashion catalog. I'm not interested.
people that have been determined to, or been called enemies, foreigners that are somehow ruining our country.
The Department of Homeland Security did not respond to our request for comment about the extremist content of its social media posts. When questioned by other media, the department has denied making references to white supremacist material. Indeed, its posts have been recirculated by other branches of the Trump administration. The White House says it's just posting, quote, banger memes. LePan, though, is not laughing.
I think it's important for people to recognize that what's happening now is unusual, is unprecedented. It's not a matter of political party, right? Again, I worked in administrations of both types under Congress.
No, we got a yapper in chat. Yes, it's real. Come into Discord and this pig and this host. Hold on, who did you just call a pig? You better not be calling any of my amazing chatters pigs or you're getting booted.
Various types of, whichever party was had the majority. This
Trump
is
killing
unprecedented.
Americans? Yes, he is. Trump is a Nazi, and I hope he gets what he deserves. Prison. Amen. You see, Todd of tomorrow, you make that distinction, but the right did not make any distinctions. See, and now you have the right saying we're a useless loss of life. I mean, that is just embarrassing. This guy's not a real American, though. I can
It's
already
not
tell he's
normal.
Russian.
It's not what we have seen in the past.
He's Russian. Tell me, yes, it's real. Does Comrade Drobadinsky, does he allow you to have breaks, or is he kind of mean this time of year? Supposedly the 50,000 sign-on bonus is spread over 5 years? Oh my god. So funny. Look at this guy. Ooh, big boy here. Needs to get himself some lunch. Anyways, we have a video by Benny. Oh, hold on. Actually, I did want to look up the Penguin Zero reaction real quick. I feel bad because Bill is the one that recommended this. This should make you very angry. Let's go.
We're talking about something very serious today.
He had no right to obstruct and interfere. Well, tell me, if you see some random woman getting smashed on the fucking ground, is your first reaction going to be, oh, I'm just going to carry on? Or is it going to be, oh shit, I should help that person? You're asking somebody to exchange their humanity for some political ideology. It's very embarrassing. Technically, Chase put it in the Discord. I know, but I know you wanted to see it. So.
Throughout the video, you're going to see my shirt changes. It's not some kind of like crazy, wacky, magic trick from America's Got Talent or anything. I actually filmed this video earlier this morning when the story first broke. It's the killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota at the hands of border agents. And I made the video, but I was pretty heated, and I wanted to kind of simmer down and take a break.
Deleting your stuff. No one is deleting your stuff, man. If anybody, it's not me, and Bill doesn't delete people's comments either, so I'm sorry, man. You are just feigning outrage, and it's quite sad.
So I went.
Hey, what's up, Dylan? Good to see you. No, you didn't almost miss it. We're going to be streaming for a lot longer today. Almost broke into a house because I thought someone was being beat up / R-worded. I would have a hard time sitting there and just doing nothing. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, how crazy are our MAGA friends in chat today? Oh, very crazy. Very crazy. Looks like we just got a new dump.
Out before posting it. I just got home, and now even more angles and videos have been released that show beyond
exactly. I don't think Bill deleted anything either, so I would see. Here, let me check. Let me check just for you, because you have been spurging out in my chat, and I want to make sure to pay attention to the spurg outs. Yeah, nothing was deleted, man. You're just having a schizophrenic episode, unfortunately. What I will tell you is that everything's okay. It's not nearly as horrible as it seems. Just take a few deep breaths, and you're good.
Shadow of a doubt that this is a 100% unjustified killing of an American citizen here. And it seems like the...
I have empathy, dude, but it's not nearly as big as you guys seem to think it is. No one can even provide me a statistic of how many people have been killed by illegal immigrants. No one can provide that statistic. You want to know why? Because it's a fake outrage. Because it doesn't happen nearly as often as people say it does. Sorry. It's just a fact. Straight fact coming at you at 50 miles per hour. Ow! Must suck to get hit with all those facts, dude. Anyways, if you guys are enjoying the stream, by the way, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel.
The execution stems from them finding out that he had a gun on his person. His Second Amendment rights.
What is the okay, hold on. What is the misinformation being spread? Yes, it's real. What is the misinformation being spread? Please tell me. I'm a flyer. I'm a liar, fraud, sleazebag, POS, insurgency, commie. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm misinforming people? Thank you. I appreciate that.
All of the videos that exist, there is not a single moment where he is reaching for the gun, brandishing it, threatening with it, or anything at all, and we have video that shows the entire interaction from start to finish. His name was Alex Preddy.
Oh, geez. Yeah, the man having a schizophrenic episode in my chat right now is gonna inform me on how the federal law works. I'm sorry, but I think I'm gonna take the words of lawyers and political commentators over you. So I have a question, Maga. Does being against ICE mean I'm pro R-word? Is that what that means? I'm just wondering, because I would... So you guys think I'm pro-crime for wanting to get rid of ICE, right? I just want to hear a confirmation in the chat.
A 37-year-old nurse who worked in the ICU at Minneapolis VA healthcare system, and according to the police chief, he is a U.S. citizen with no prior interactions with law enforcement outside of a couple of traffic tickets, and believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So for him to lose his life being shot multiple times by these agents, all because of him exercising his Second Amendment rights, which again, he wasn't trying to use as an intimidation tactic on the officers or anything like that. When they were beating him on the ground, pistol whipping him on the ground, they happened to see that he had a gun, apparently. He wasn't throwing it at them as like a threat or something, or brandishing it or anything. He simply had it on him, which he was well within his right to do, and he got murdered for it. This is completely unacceptable, and the fucking drones that are somehow like parading around like this is some kind of victory or something is sickening. It should be viewed as treason.
Why do you keep calling people pigs, bro? Is that like your favorite insult? You know, there are a lot more insults you can use. The conspiracy theorist in me believes they secretly incentivize ICE agents to commit these acts of violence to up the fear factor, especially when it gets caught on camera. I mean, I would be interested to see the internal memos sent out in ICE. I really would.
Treasonous by any real Americans when you see this footage. And they had the gall to say that Alex Preddy was...
I'm not here for dangerous illegal criminals to stay here, friend. You're strawmanning me. I say we need to stop doing ICE raids like this. We need to implement targeted pinpoint operations that involve the local authorities. And they don't need to be nearly as heavily armed as they are.
Was like the instigator, labeling him a domestic terrorist I saw from a couple of places, claiming that he approached these agents with a 9mm. He approached them with a gun looking to start shit. But that is not true. In all of the videos you see, he has a phone in his hands. Not a gun in his hands, he has a phone in...
All you Second Amendment fucking supporters out here. Alright, hold on. We are heartbroken. You are our brothers and one invaluable member of our united family of the world, serving selflessly and paid the ultimate price of our freedom. May your soul be free at peace. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. I thought you were talking. My bad. Yeah. Sorry, it's hard for me to talk about this case, dude. Because that's me. You know? That's me. I would be doing this stuff. I'm sorry. I would be videoing ICE and showing the world what they're doing.
In his hands. No sane person would ever mistake a phone for a gun. This is blatantly obvious what they're trying to do. And it's something they've been doing a lot recently. Trying to tell you that what you're seeing isn't real. Trust their words, not your eyes. That is completely fucking outrageous. And people are willingly doing it. That's the craziest part. There are people that are like, oh, I saw he had his phone, but if they say it was a gun, well, that must have been a gun. I cannot believe we've reached this level of brainwashing. There are so many angles of this, and in every single one of them, you can see he has his phone in his hand, and at no point during this interaction did he ever, like, pull a gun on them or anything. And in fact, in one of the angles, you can even clearly see that the agents actually took the gun.
Can you change your name if you're not gonna be like, if you're not gonna actually debate people? I feel like you should have to change your name if that's the case. Hey, Kansas has a Dem governor. Hopefully you don't have to see if she's on Trump's bad side. Oh, she is, and he is sending, he's already sent, ICE agents to Salina. And, they're going to start operations in my town soon. In my town of like 60 fucking thousand. I don't even know why they're going to my town. The immigrant labor here, it's very needed, dude. Our shit would be completely fucked if we didn't have labor coming from across the world, but we'll find out, I guess. Give me your Discord. I got 25 minutes. It's in my Scream description. You're ready for a debate? Let's go, JTHM. All right, I am gonna go to my Discord. Let me boot it up, and I am in the waiting room right now. Or no, I'll be in the void. My bad. But just chill in the waiting room and let me know when you're there.
From him prior to him being shot. You can actually see what looks to be one of the agents disarming him, taking the gun out of its holster and running away with the gun prior to him being shot. And if that wasn't definitive, there is something even more clear that I think is completely irrefutable for anyone that's actually looking. An agent takes Alex's gun out of its holster in front of the agent that pulls out his gun and shoots him. So he can see the gun has been taken out of the holster. And it is clear Alex Preddy has both hands on the ground. He does not have a gun in them. And an agent reaches in and takes it out of the holster right before another agent pulls out his firearm.
All right. Yeah, I can send, Bill sent the link. Sorry about that. I hate how they expire. I think that's kind of dumb.
And shoots him in the back. Just in case you somehow missed it, look, the agent in gray has his hand on Alex's weapon, which is still holstered. It was never unholstered. This agent takes it out of its holster before he runs away with it, and the officer right next to him is the one that pulls out his gun and shoots him.
The screen went black. I had to send the invite link. My bad, guys.
Now I want to show you the clearest video that shows everything that happened here and how it doesn't go how the authorities are saying that it did.
No way, bro. How are we still getting fucking spam? How many calls is that today? That's got to be at least like 10. Hello, you are now talking to over 70 billion people. What do you have to say to them? Hey, Rebecca, how are you? How are you, Rebecca? Ma'am, you're not answering my question. I just asked a simple question of how are you doing? Whoa, they're lying to you guys. Wow, that's crazy. That seems like it's part of the Trump psyop that has been going on.
That was Alex Preddy you saw walk by the camera right there. He has his phone in his hand, and then with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not approaching agents with a gun or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
Sounds like a recording. Yeah, probably. It definitely was a recording. Definitely. With the new administration. As if. No, they're actually defunding the IRS, believe it or not. Alright, JDM, I know you said you had fucking 25 minutes. You're still not here. So it's looking like you now only have 15 minutes. Haven't joined the Discord. There we go. Finally, took you long enough. Alright, just go in the waiting room. We have a caller who disagrees with me, who thinks Donald J. Trump is good for America, so, and is not hurting America. This is our first call-in. Finally, after years. It's like I always invite MAGA to come in here, but, yeah, you need to join the waiting room. You need to join the waiting room, my friend.
What's wrong with you?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, let me read your name real quick. Jay. I'm going to call you Jay. Anyways. Hello. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So you disagree with me that Trump is not hurting America?
Not really. That was the argument. I was trying to inform you that one, crossing the border illegally, a federal crime, not a civil
It's not
one.
a federal crime. It's a
Two,
civil offense.
it is a misdemeanor, not a
Exactly.
felony.
It's a misdemeanor.
If you
Why would
cross
it
the, a misdemeanor has no level. Well, how to best put it? A misdemeanor is based upon the amount of time and fines you can have for a particular crime. For most states, that would be like $1,000 to $2,000 and upwards to a year in prison. A felony has basically no actual limits, such as, let's say rape, murder, CP, all that fun stuff. Those would be considered felonies, where they can have maximum sentences of 30 years or higher.
Would a misdemeanor be considered a lesser crime then, as you're putting it?
A misdemeanor does not
Because
exactly mean that it is a lesser crime.
So it doesn't.
It means that you are spending less
petty
time
crime
for a
is
crime.
comparable to murder. So me jaywalking, misdemeanor, comparable to murder. Or it could
Again,
be even
no,
worse.
there's
Could be
levels
even
of
worse
crime.
on
Even
your,
something like jaywalking. Go ahead. Am I cutting out?
No, you're good. Go on.
Okay. Even things like jaywalking are local and state. When you talk about federal crimes, that's a whole nother issue.
It's not
You
a
see,
federal crime, though.
or
It's a
each
civil
level
offense.
of government, not a civil offense. You can Google this. It's a federal crime.
It's not, though. It's a.
If I actually
it's a
have to go and
civil
find
offense.
quick Google search, is crossing the border illegally a civil or criminal offense? As per AI overview, crossing the border illegally is a federal criminal offense. Under Section 8, subsection 1325, improper entry is a misdemeanor punishable by fines and up to 6 months in jail.
Ooh,
While
it
subsequent
doesn't say,
illegal
though, it doesn't say deportations there. The deportation
while
is an extra little
supplement
bit on there.
legal.
But I
Well,
mean,
here's
I
where the
just
extra
wanted to
part
make
is.
that very clear. I just wanted to make that very clear.
Well, here's the subsequent one. While subsequent illegal entry, so get kicked out, and if they illegally entered again, be considered
So
a
are
felony.
most of these people one-time are most of them re-entries that they're deporting?
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Problem
matter
is
because
that
you have to
here's
follow
our
the law.
so here's
when
what
you
your
are the
options
federal
are.
Government.
So here's what your options are. You can have every single illegal immigrant go into prison for up to 6 months and pay thousands of dollars in fines. Then after that, what? They're perfectly allowed. What? Can they vote now?
Well,
Can they have gun rights?
You're hitting on a
Probably
very
not.
important issue, actually. That there is no way to really gain amnesty under this, under the government. And
There's
I
legal
advocate-
there's
I-
legal
hold on,
immigration.
Before you spurg out, you got to talk for a minute. Now I get to talk for a minute. That's how these things go.
Go for it. Go for it.
Anyways, that's why I advocate for having these people come out of the shadows, giving them a legal way to become a citizen, have them pay a little extra taxes instead of wanton going into the streets and just arresting people in street sweeps. And now it's coming to find out that most of these people aren't even violent criminals that are in there. Do you think
Well,
that
here,
would be a
I have
better
a-
system? Do you think that would be a better system than what Trump's doing?
I don't think so. No.
Why
I
not?
think that the proper thing to do.
Why not? You have
Give
to-
every
why
single. Oh, okay. One, we don't know who these people are who are coming into the border illegally. Something like 25% of all illegal border crossers, additional crime such as rape, murder,
Where are
offenses,
you getting that
other.
statistic? I have not
That is
seen
the
anywhere that says 25%
That is a
of the people that
statistic that-
come across the border are already convicted of rape, murder, stuff like that. I've never seen that statistic.
No.
in my life.
No. I didn't say that 25% of illegal immigrants are rapists. I
No,
said
you
that
did.
25%
You
of illegal
did just say that.
No,
You
I
did
did
just
not.
say-
I
you
said
said
25% of illegal immigrants.
are violent criminals.
I never said that. You can look back at it. I said 25% of illegal immigrants have another conviction, such as, and it's not limited to, such as rape,
So if they got
murder.
a parking ticket, they could be in that statistic.
Maybe that
Maybe.
is
So
part
I don't
of their
think that's
statistics.
very
Not 100%
representative
sure.
of whether they're a
Let's see.
dangerous criminal base or not.
Illegal immigrants
Oh, now we got to Google it.
with
That's all right.
additional convictions.
And that's another good point that my mod brings up. So 75% don't. I mean, that's a pretty good average.
If you had 4 illegal immigrants
that's why
and one of them a possible additional criminal, I'd be a little. It's a bit of a
That's
rough.
why we have ICE, right? That's why we would have ICE to do
Yeah,
targeted raids.
immigration correction enforcement. Yes,
But do you agree that that's not what ICE is doing right now?
they are committing raids. What they're supposed to do.
ICE, yeah, ICE is committing rapes. I do agree. We actually have a
Yes.
very interesting
No raids.
article.
RAIDS, raids.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, there was just an article that came out about how ICE has been abusing women in their facilities, but that's all right. Anyways.
If there's actual evidence of such, I would 100% want any single individual ICE officer who is convicted of rape to be punishable. I think he should be put into a guillotine. I don't give a shit.
To be honest, we can agree
guillotine.
on
Sorry,
that,
not guillotine.
We can. Oh, you're fine, brother. We can agree on that. I don't see why you don't support my idea of letting these people come out of the shadows. And that way, the people that are staying in the shadows, we know don't want to actually contribute to American society, and we can actually target them, you know?
Because there's two factors to this. One, on an individual basis, people who are working underneath the table, you think they want to pay extra taxes. People who are coming in,
I do think a
absolutely not. They will not.
The vast majority
What do you
of these
think?
quote unquote illegal immigrants want to become Americans. There's just no easy way to become an American right now.
I don't even believe that.
Really?
I don't even believe that. I don't believe.
Really?
No, I don't believe that majority of them want to be considered Americans. I think majority want to be considered. What gives me that reasoning? Whenever they have a fucking protest, they're not flying American flags. I'm not sitting here going, "Oh boy, you know, my sister or whoever wants to be American." No, they go from Venezuela. They have to be Venezuelan. What they're going to do is, once they cross this border illegally, coming in for our money, they send it back to their home countries, to their home family. That's the reason. They wanted to be American.
Is the land of opportunity.
Their families
and
and
wealth. However, so you're okay. Continue. My bad.
And however, they're still that would be considered taking American jobs away from America. That is a whole nother issue.
Americans don't do.
I do believe
we've seen a large majority. We see it right now. The farming industry is having huge shortage problems.
Innovations will happen. How this system works.
The classic Republican cope. It'll, the free market will eventually fix everything.
If there is a market for strawberries, we have to figure out the best way of getting strawberries to the public.
But what
Thus,
if the
we have to
strawberry
either
pickers don't want to pick
cost.
strawberries? What if the people you want to pick strawberries don't want to pick strawberries, but you've got an entire labor force that does want to pick strawberries for less money?
If only we had, I don't know, machines made by some company named call them Jim.
Some of these jobs can't be done by machines, man.
They can't be done by machines.
110%. Where's the strawberry picking?
You can look.
Done?
They don't need it because there's illegal immigrants who do it for next to fucking nothing.
Oh, interesting.
Same reason why we didn't have.
So that's where
it's the same exact reason. Here's a question. Here's a question.
If
when we had slaves, did we have a cotton picking machine?
Yes, we did. We actually.
No, we did not.
We had a mill. We had. There were ways.
You're talking about a cotton gin. Which
cotton gin
exploded the trade industry, which exploded the slavery industry, because now we can produce more cotton. It wasn't picking the cotton. Now we have cotton picking machines that existed simultaneously right after the ending of slavery. Why did we make these machines? Because there was no one to pick the cotton. We had to innovate. Cotton is an industry where people want it. Doesn't matter how people get it. They want it.
So you're willing to completely tank the American economy in terms of agriculture just for innovation that you think will happen?
That will happen. Because it has to happen. Otherwise,
strawberries. I have no evidence,
strawberries won't exist.
It will happen, ladies and gentlemen.
110% it will. The
Where's
way
the
that
inventions?
Americans work.
It's been a year into Trump's presidency. I haven't seen any brand new inventions coming out. I haven't seen anybody fucking saying, holy shit, guys, you need to invest in strawberry stocks right fucking now because they just put out the new Strawberry Picker 1000. I haven't seen any of that. I've seen farmers complaining that they don't have any workers and that they may have to shut down their farm. I've seen a lot of those stories.
They're gonna have
Do
to
you
innovate,
think, do
is
you
what
really
it is.
think some Midwestern farmer is going to be
Yes.
able to afford? Yes. All right.
Yes.
Well, you just
Absolutely.
I know
as
a
someone
lot.
out here
I
in the
live
Midwest,
and
110.
they are not going to be able to afford the Strawberry Picker 9000. That
Buddy, how much do you think that John Deere is? They're driving around.
a couple thousand.
How much do you think that is?
A
A couple thousand?
depending.
Oh no, buddy. At least if you know this
Okay,
about
but let's
the industry,
refocus
they
because
lease
we
most of their equipment.
we're talking about innovation and stuff, and I think the main point is, so your reasoning for why you don't think these people should come out of the shadows, you think we just need to deport them, is innovation? Innovation, the free market
think
will
that-
solve it?
The reason why I want people deported is because, one, they broke the rules. They crossed the border illegally, which we have admitted is a federal crime. They came here. Well, I read the exact law out to you. Told you it was a misdemeanor. Told you what the penalties were. Told you what.
Yes.
Hey, if you can find a better resource than what I can, I'll go into. This is the other thing. Not only will it cause innovations in America, and we will have essentially another economic boom, similar to what we had with slavery. Again, let's go back in time.
The economic
that you're
boom
saying.
of abolition? Yeah, I remember that, man.
Let's go back in time. Let's say
The
that you and I
economic boom
we're
of
doing the same
abolition.
debate.
That one's crazy. All right, continue.
We're doing the same exact debate. Would you say, well, can these farmers work without slaves? We can't work without slaves. The slaves do. Where's the cotton picking engine that you're talking about?
Well, I'm not
I'm saying,
advocating to
yes,
keep
we should
them slaves.
100% get rid of the
Hold
slaves.
on, there's a bit of an issue that I have to address, because in this argument,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be advocating to keep them as slaves. I would be advocating to make them citizens. That's exactly what I'm arguing for right now.
And you know what? Fair to you. Like I said, what do you think would happen when we make them citizens and actually have to fill out a W-2 or a 1099 or either freelance labor or
We'll get
actual
we'll get more labor.
employment?
What's the issue with that?
Well, when we have to pay them a fair wage, we probably couldn't pay them, under the table anymore, right?
Yeah, I think these people deserve.
think they make
just as
under the
much pay
table?
as us?
And that will cause
Innovation, like you said, innovation.
it would
You're right.
eventually cause innovation. So
You're right.
what we're
So
doing,
it sounds like
now
my
we're-
way.
Okay.
It sounds like my way doesn't get rid of as many people. It keeps these people that have lived here for years, American, and it solves for the innovation problem.
No, your way is letting people say, "Well, yeah, I broke the law. Sure, I was."
Oh, one moment, my
doing whatever the
headphone
fuck
fell
I
out.
was. Sorry, you're good.
All right, we were on your way.
But your way would be, yeah, we broke the law, and yeah, that's all cool and all, and we got it perfectly fine.
Well, they
No,
don't
that's
get
not how
away.
this
They
should
don't get
work.
away from it perfectly fine. They have to pay a little bit more in taxes for the next couple years. It's not scot-free.
And then what happens when the next wave comes in, and the wave after that, and the wave after that, who just illegally we just keep letting them have citizenship because, well, they exist. They exist
Oh.
in our borders.
Hold on, my
Absolutely not.
I disagree. I think that these people add a very valuable service to the American economy and to the American culture. We're a culture of immigrants, man.
And look, I don't disagree with American culture is. American culture is a hodgepodge of all of this. German, Italian, and Hispanic, representation. Arguing against that, understand what American culture is. But at the same point, you cannot allow people to just break the law and just go, well, whoopsie poopsie. You know what I mean?
we're not
like if
doing
I'm
a
driving down the
whoopsie-poopsie.
highway,
We're not.
if
doing
I'm
a
driving down the
whoopsie-poopsie.
highway
They're
going
paying
60
their
over,
dues.
Again, they wouldn't pay it though. They're getting paid under the
They
table.
wouldn't pay that.
You
But
think
the
they're-
people that are under the table are getting rooted out because that's who we go after. If you're not
That
coming
is
out
not,
of the
it
shadows,
will not get rooted out. It won't get
okay,
rooted
then
out.
how is
It
Trump
also
rooting?
then,
then
so it-
Trump's not rooting it out.
So if
You
they
know what I
hold on,
mean?
hold on. maybe I'm misunderstanding you here. So what you're saying is that if they don't come out of the shadows, then full well and good, we can deport every single one of them. But we got to give them the option of just getting a free pass and to pay some extra taxes.
Not necessarily.
Which, by the way,
not necessarily. I do think that there should be a grace period of like, okay, you got to look at how long someone's been here. But if they've been here for like 5 years, then yes, I think that's totally a reasonable ask.
Again, I don't. I think that if you broke the law 5 years ago,
why though? Why don't you think it's
law.
Just because it's the law? That's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's technically not even the law. It's technically not even the law needing to be enforced by the federal government.
It's what? The borders aren't enforced by our federal government?
No, it is. It is. I was just being a little bit of a meme right there.
Sure, well and good. But ultimately, look, I don't think we're going to see eye on this. We're going at it from, you're fine with deportations. You just want to give these people an additional option.
Well, I want it to be more humane as well. Like, I think we're kind of doing it a little too quick right now.
What if we did this, right? What if we did this? We have this current process. Everything's working fine. Everything works, probably not to the best. We, start getting more judges, start doing all the stuff that, Democrats wanted to do apparently in 2023 or 2024. Go ahead and do that.
Remember the bill.
Yeah, where, apparently our president can't be a guy who has federal crimes on him. It's amazing how wrong and
I
active
thought
he
you were
is.
talking about the bipartisan border bill. My bad.
Yeah, that is the one that the media pushed out there that Trump somehow shut down with a phone call. A guy who has
he did, but we don't
no
have to
political power.
We don't have to debate
I don't
that
think
right
he did.
now.
But anyway,
he did, but anyways, yeah.
Let's go ahead and say that we get in more federal judges and we try to streamline this process. Maybe get rid of some of the red tape, get rid of some bureaucrats who are, really causing a few issues. I'm fine with all that. Really start cutting into, speed running some of this, but doing it properly. But because you are still here illegally, you shouldn't be doing it from a place that you can be rejected from, right? So let's take you back to your home country. We'll even pay fees that would cost you for the immigration process, because of course there's still going to be fees.
So
right?
is this
we'll
with
even pay for the fees?
Sorry, I don't mean, is this with the idea of people being able to come out of the shadows, or is this just in general?
I'm saying
going by the bipartisan border bill. Is that what we're kind of?
So what I'm saying is that,
by the way, I have to.
This is a simultaneous.
Yeah, continue. My bad.
So what I'm trying to say is that it's simultaneous. We get the federal,
Bill, I'll bring
judges.
you in here.
We start
Sorry about
streamlining
that.
things. We cut some of the red tape, but we still have to do the proper background checks to make sure we're not bringing in rapists or drug dealers or anything like that. I don't think anyone wants rapists and drug dealers and murderers in their country.
Yeah.
I think that's not exactly. So we can do background checks. We can start, maybe helping some of these, South American and Central American countries, probably build a database, help them out a little bit to understand where their crime is and, try to prevent that. Let's just say we send you back to your home country, okay, while the process is still going on, and we will even be so lovely that we pay for your fees for your immigration. Would you be fair with that?
So you're hiring more judges, you're giving so you're expediting the process, making it quicker, which is what I agree. That's what, they're not being held in these detention cells, right? They're going back to their home country. And then at the point, that wouldn't work for people that need like amnesty and stuff like that. But if they just want to be an American citizen, yeah, sure. That would be fine.
And you know what?
I do have a big issue with the detention
I'll even go
cells.
farther with
That's kind of one of my big problems with the immigration movement is these areas where they're not really being treated fairly, in my opinion. Like they're being fed
And-
food with maggots in it.
Again, I don't know how true this is. I haven't done any research. I haven't seen any evidence. Neither here nor there. This is another thing. Here's another point to it. What if we, and like, even if you didn't want, because you brought up, oh, if they want to be Americans, they can go through this process. That's fine, well and good. If you even don't want to be an American, we will go ahead and give you that money for your immigration fees, and you could just have that and go back to your home country. Would you be fine with that?
My issue comes with people that who have been here for a while, right? What if you have family ties and your family's here?
Well,
Yeah,
and again,
I'd be-
like, they probably still have family ties in their home country, and if they don't, again, maybe I'm even saying let's give them, let's give them a bundle of cash to, essentially this would pay for their immigration fee, right? That would be the thought. But let's just give them the cash, $2,000 cash in like Venezuela. Pretty good money right there.
I get what you're saying.
I mean,
but
are we arguing?
I don't think it accounts for people that have been here for a really long time. I think if you can show you've been here for at least like 5 years, you should be allowed to stay in the country. I mean, it's kind of your country at that point.
Again, I would disagree. Even if like let me put it into like a housing situation. I know that most people are like, oh, if your fucking borders are open, it's like not having walls. Even in housing, if you are illegally squatting in a house for, I think it has to be like 10 years. The reason why we have squatters' rights as well. You can illegally squat in a house for up to, I think, 10 years, and if no one has an issue with that, you're essentially you own the house, right? And these situations do happen from time to time. The idea behind it is that if you're living in a house, you're more than likely going to fix up the house and do what you need to do. I would say 5 years is not long enough. 10 years, maybe. We could talk 10 years. Again, I don't like the fact that 10 years ago, and again, this would also probably be like a statute of limitations, but I'm not a fan of the fact that they crossed the border illegally 10 fucking years ago. I am.
Well, I mean,
upset with people.
I think these people most of the time are just trying to live better lives. I have no. I don't
and I
see
will
why
also say
it's-
this. I think
Go on.
I think they need to take a citizenship test. One, they should know what their rights are, and the best way to do that is a testing format. They should know their every single one of their amendments up to the 10th Amendment. I think is perfectly fine and fair. I think that they should know who the president is, why America is 100. Similar things to that. What we
Well,
did.
That's not all.
Essentially,
the citizenship test is very difficult. I don't know if you've taken it or not, but
it's
I
really
love
not.
them.
I've
I love
taken
American history, and I didn't do too well. That was like 3 years ago, though. So
Right, and like I said, I understand that people don't know their first 10 amendments and what the amendments represent. I'm not saying that people need to be a lawyer on this subject, but I think that if you're going to go into a country, if I went to Japan, I would want to assimilate to Japan. I would want to be considered
I don't-
Japanese,
I don't
even though
like
they might
this
not
idea
consider
of
me it.
assimilation. You know what I mean? Just because
I do.
assimilation takes time. It's not an overnight thing.
It takes time in the concept of it's just changing your ideals. I was a Bernie bro, fucking in 2016.
Oh,
Now
yeah,
I'm
I know
so
a lot
far
of
right,
people
it fucking
that have
hurts.
went right, but I mean, hopefully you see with me, not all liberals in the left are crazy and want to rip out your throat. You know what I mean? Like I'm always willing to have a
I do
good faith
respect you for
conversation,
talking.
So
And again,
I
I'm
think
going
we-
a little bit over my time. I was supposed to start doing
Oh, no.
dishes here shortly, but
no, you're totally
good.
fine. You can head out, man. I
no,
got some more
no.
people.
Like I said, I'm
need
enjoying
to...
the.
Oh, I was gonna say if
No, I got a little bit more time, is what I'm saying. But my argument is the fact that, and by the way, the that I was talking about with like giving $2,000 in cash for their deportation or for their immigration, that was Trump's bill. That is exactly what Trump is doing. He is offering people,
Yeah, I know.
hey, I will give you $2,000 cash to get the hell back into your country, and you
Yeah,
can
I
still
know. It's just the way he's deporting people, the way he's going about this that I have a huge issue with.
Well, because they're not coming out of the shadows, like what you're saying, because this
Well,
is
why would
what
you
the
come out
argument
of the
would be.
shadows right now? You see ICE killing
And get
people in the
$2,000
streets.
and go back to your country.
$2,000 for potentially getting shot. I'm gonna take my chances without
No, you
about
wouldn't.
not getting shot.
The way that the
I mean,
the
the
way that
horror
the
stories
legal
are out there.
deportation-
So, do you think? Okay, hold on. I do have a question. Do you think the way Trump is handling immigration is going to lead to more people wanting to come out of the shadows and wanting to try to gain citizenship, or is it going to lead to less people? Is it going to lead to people not trusting the government as much?
I think one, I don't trust the government as much as I can throw them. I think that if, especially in the situations that we're going with, if they can show like the legal deportation process, because I don't think they're showing that enough. They do show like, hey, here's what we're doing to MS-13 members. We're sending them to wherever the hell,
Yeah, they're
Venezuela.
bringing out like, oh,
El
this
Salvador.
guy killed 1,000 people. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Right, but like they can do that, and I think that I think that is a thing that Trump should be doing better. He should be showing like, hey, yeah, we show all this horrible shit. Here's the good one. This is the proper path to take. You know what I mean?
I don't think Trump's interested right now in like uniting America. So I don't think you're ever gonna.
I
get,
don't think
like,
that he's.
You know what I mean? I don't think you're ever gonna get like empathy. Like, oh, this is the good story of what happened.
Well, I don't think that a lot of Americans want to. What is it? Unify. However you want to put it. They don't want to cross that aisle because one, liberals are seeing what Republicans are doing and going like, oh, these Republicans want to take away women's rights and this and that. And they're being extremely hyperbolic about the subject, at least in my opinion. And Republicans and right-leaning people saw the reaction to like Charlie Kirk and to the reaction of Donald Trump.
Hey, I never celebrated Charlie Kirk.
I'm not arguing
Democrat did personally.
I'm not personally either. Well, actually, no. Personally, for me, yes. A friend who said that if my head was blown off in front of my kids, he would find it funny.
Well, that's disgusting, and I would never say that about my American. I want you to know,
again,
like, yeah, I would never want any violence to come to anyone.
But this is the point: is that people, again, this conversation is a unifying conversation. I have no problem having unifying conversations. I believe we can disagree and we can have fun with it. I think. Me, I was getting frustrated with the whole, civil and federal crime, and that was frustrating the hell out of me. But I think that as Americans, we should. I have no problem with you being a liberal. I think that if you believe that women should get abortions, you can believe that. I disagree
I believe
with
it's
it.
their right. It's their human body, but I'm not great on the abortion debate. I'll be honest. I haven't done my studying
and I'm not,
yet.
But this is my other end: is that if someone also believes that we should bring slavery back, I heavily disagree with them.
Yeah, well,
I respect
unfortunately your party
I guess.
seems to be having an issue with that right now. I have seen some takes that are crazy, but I do have some more people that want to come in here. So
Fair enough,
probably.
buddy.
Yeah, it was good talking to you, man. I'm glad we could
good talk.
Find a little bit of common ground. You know what I mean?
Yep. So have a nice day.
You too, brother. Take care. This is my amazing mod, Bill Clockwell. What's up, Bill? I don't think I've ever heard Bill's voice, actually. He may have the...
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Bill? How you doing, man?
I'm doing just great. Well, I was about to go to bed just now.
Yeah, I know. You're staying up pretty late. I hope you don't have too many classes tomorrow or anything.
No, just the one,
Hey, bet.
It's pretty late. It's pretty late, but still.
Well,
I'll have to screw the call first.
did you want to comment about the little conversation I had, or?
Yeah, I was actually surprised that it actually went pretty civilly. I was expecting something much worse from his chats. So yeah, thanks to Jay for actually
He
making
was
a
a
pretty
lot.
civil conversation.
I was afraid he was gonna come in here and start screaming at me. I was ready. I was getting prepared. But as it turns out, he just was a lot more chill. I think a lot.
Yeah, man.
I disagree with most of his points, of course, but I think they have this idea that we're all like these soy leftists, and they'll immediately, like, once that's disproven, they're like, oh, well, I can't yell at this guy.
Yeah, I have to look into whether the U.S. violations are actually civil or not, because I asked the Google AI, which you should never do, but half the time it says it is a civil violation, half the time it says it's not a civil violation.
I know, it's very opaque on I need to do a little more research too on that topic. From the last I read, it was a civil offense, but when with the Trump administration, they may have changed the law on that or something.
But I asked the AI, why do people say it's a civil violation? It says it is a civil violation. If I ask it, is it a civil violation? It goes, nope, it's not. And it
No,
goes, it's
not
not a
at
civil
all.
violation.
I was running into some Google issues last night where I was those numbers, that number station conspiracy theory I was talking about. There, I found the Cuban thing they were talking about that went crazy after Donald Trump got elected, but after that I couldn't find anything on it. Anyways, kind of off the subject, but
Yeah, I was wondering about the U.S. immigration. If a happy compromise would be if they just increase the seasonal visas. Because currently, they just have seasonal visas for like agricultural workers, and even those are like 400,000 visas per year, and like 60,000 for non-agricultural workers. If they just had like 1 million or like 6 million even visas per year, then they could have workers from South America coming in, working, and going back and putting money in their own countries too. So everyone would just benefit from that,
that would be beautiful.
even if you don't want immigrants.
Yeah, well,
And if
it is
they'll keep
weird.
coming back to America,
Yeah,
if they just keep coming back to America, they'll like it. They can just stay in America, and maybe they can start immigration process, which also is impossible in America. Like, I don't know anyone who wants to go to America because the immigration process is so difficult. I know so many like intelligent engineers here who just can't go to America because the immigration process is impossible.
And that's what's heartbreaking to me, truly, is like we're missing out on so many great voices and so many great people that, the xenophobia is gonna, I think it's gonna have a lasting impact. I think people are gonna start seeing America as not the land of the free, but what it is now. Anyways, if that's it, I was gonna bring Ice Beans in here. I
Yeah, I was
really
about to
appreciate
say that I should be leaving. I was about to say I
really
should be
appreciate
leaving
you
at
coming
Ice
in,
Bean, and
chat.
I was about to say,
Yeah,
bye.
this is my amazing mod, Bill. Say bye to him, everybody. He's super cool. All right, let me bring in the Ice Beans. Hello, Ice Beans. One of the greatest content creators on Twitch, ladies and gentlemen, right here.
That's flattery. I don't believe this guy, okay?
It's hashtag truth. Anyways, what's up, Ice Beans?
All right. I wanted to just like follow up on both what that other guy, I forget his name already. Sorry.
I was
Your
calling
caller.
him Jay. Yeah.
Jay, okay. Jay, and then also kind of what Bill was saying. So first of all, no, it's not as simple as even that Jay exemplified this when he came in and started out with the position that it's illegal, therefore they should be deported. And then when you kept talking to him, he eventually recognized and acknowledges, the value that immigrants have, even if they are here illegally, right? That's why y'all were talking about strategies to keep them in the country,
He
especially
knows
the
that
people.
they're
Yeah.
valuable. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows that they're valuable, and clearly the value that they have doesn't outstrip the whole, like, it doesn't outweigh, like, the value that they have does outweigh the whole, oh, they committed a crime, therefore they should be deported, right? Like, obviously we can tell. The second thing is, and if you look this up, yes, it is a little confusing. It's not it's not as clear as, yes, if they cross the border, therefore they are a criminal. They have committed a misdemeanor, right? That is not the same. The consequences are not the same if you are committing a misdemeanor, and it also depends on if you catch them in the act or not, right?
Yeah, that's
These
something
are
I tried to talk about a little more, is that it's a misdemeanor. It's not
yeah.
nearly as uh, uh, problematic as a felony, you know?
Right. And so and then and you know, to be fair, and again, to Bill's credit, it's again, it's not as simple. You can go look it up. It's there are so many factors that come into account, right? And so that's fine. I don't think that of course people are going to try to reduce it right down to like something that they can easily say. But that's why we then start saying, okay, well, what is the correct thing to do? How is it is it humane to be treating people like this? You know,
Yeah.
is it economically beneficial to be doing this to people?
Well, I at least got him
Spoiler
to
alert, it's not.
Oh,
Right.
definitely not. I at least got him to concede that at least something, it needs to be changed a little bit, because I thought he did, or I could have been misinterpreting that, because he did admit, like he said, that these immigrants were valuable and that we
Yeah,
need
of
them,
course.
you know?
Yeah.
And the
Of course.
idea of innovation filling the gap, I thought that was kind of, that's cope, you know? I don't see
Yeah.
how innovation, you know, they're just gonna have this
No,
magical,
the innovation
mysterious thing that
yeah,
pops
no,
up.
the innovation, yes, of course, the innovation will, you know, it would bridge the gap, but you don't do that. Just like with tariffs, right? You don't you don't bring back manufacturing by slapping tariffs on and hoping that it'll all like work out for the better. No,
Exactly.
you have to build up your supplies. You have to build it up so that manufacturing is more encouraged, and then after you have after you have the factories, after you have, you know, you're prepared to spend lots more money on Americans doing those same factory jobs. As soon as you start doing that, that's when you can start with your tariffs, because then that actually makes sense at that point.
Yeah,
But
exactly. They're
you
used
don't
as a
you don't like cut.
incentivation,
Yeah,
incentive.
exactly. You don't like you don't cut the hand off and then like ask it to produce. Like that's not how that works, right?
It, yeah, I really don't get the MAGA argument with the tariffs, I'll be honest. But
I
the
mean, I know the
innovation.
tariffs are a whole can of worms. I'm just using it as an
Oh yeah,
example
oh
of
yeah,
like
I
the
know, I
innovate.
know.
Well, I'm just kind of using it as an example to say like, you know, you can't like take out the immigrants and then hope that um
A
you
magical
know,
solution pops up. It's
right.
magical.
People
It's
yeah.
magical thinking at the end of the day. It really is. They, you know, they want to address an issue, and once they get rid of the issue, they think something's just going to magically pop up to fix
Right.
everything.
Right.
And
Like
it's
we
just not
had
how it is.
like last in 2025 we had farmers letting their crops rot in fields because there weren't people to pick like to
Oh
harvest
yeah,
the like yeah.
it's
Where was
bad.
the
And
innovate where
people,
was the innovation then? Like what
I
happened?
know the
Where wasn't
strawberry
strawberry picker
example.
9000 supposed to be deploying
Yeah,
or something?
where is the
Like I was
strawberry
was it
picker 9000? If
was
so much
Elon
innovation, you know, is supposed
what
to
was
be
Elon
happening,
doing, dude? Was he just like too high on ketamine to like
he's too high
release
on
strawberry
ketamine and
picker?
tweeting about his white nationalist fucking perfect girl.
Yeah, it's just honestly the thing is that there are some things that Jay said that make, you know, like that make kind of sense, that are reasonable things to bring out, you know, like
Yeah, of
incentives,
course.
different incentives, and that's totally fine. We can have a conversation about those things, you know. That is like, you know, that's the conversation you can have after you can admit that what's happening right now is inhumane, and then also just
That's
even
the
if you
point.
are
Yeah.
completely
That's
sorry,
the point
I'll
I was
finish up.
trying. No, no, you're good. Go off. Go off, Queen.
Basically like you know, even if you're a complete cold-hearted person, right? You're just looking at this completely like economically, right?
Mhm.
This is not beneficial. on an
Oh, yeah.
economic scale, it's not beneficial like on a humanity scale, right? I say this as an immigrant who went through the immigrant process, right? And the naturalization process,
Well, I
like
appreciate
quote
you
unquote
being
the
here,
legal
gamer.
way.
Just want to let you know that. I appreciate you being part of this amazing fabric.
Oh well, I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah,
Hopefully you
of
have more callers that are not scam callers.
Yeah. I know, right? I just got another scam call.
What is it? What is with that? You need
I
to fix that shit, man.
I got a new phone, and the number that was attached to it was owned by this
Oh.
man named Emmett, and he does not understand that you can't put your number in every website that you find, man. There's gonna be issues.
No. Just change your number at that point, bro.
I'm honestly thinking about it. There's so many. But the segment's kind of fun when they call in and
Yeah.
I ask them
of course.
questions. Well, anyways, you heading out?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. I just wanted to pop by and say hi, but I'll
All
talk to you
right.
later.
All
Enjoy your
right,
stream.
later. Good talking to you. Go
Bye.
subscribe to Ice Beans. She's got an amazing Twitch and YouTube channel, ladies and gentlemen. An absolutely amazing one. Before we get back into our stories, we do have Bill. What's up, Bill? One moment. I got you, brother. I've pulled you back in. You're in the void.
Yeah, one more thing to add. That the whole point that slavery ending led to innovation is just wrong. The whole reason slavery ended in the North beforehand was because they industrialized first. That's the reason slavery ended, not because they were better people somehow.
Oh, that's a good point.
It's the other way around. When it ended, then they had to industrialize, and then slavery ended.
Yeah, that's a
This
good
guy
point.
in the chat.
The North had industrialized before. I'll be honest, I haven't been being a good streamer and reading my chat, so
Yeah, there's a guy in chat that just keeps spamming USC law. Let's see, what does it say? Yeah, 1.325A. And if you read the law, it actually states the fine is from like $50 to $250. Like, that's not a very big crime.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing
Like,
it
a
right
lot
here.
of these
Liquor
sites.
Store Dinosaur. It's not 5 years of imprisonment. What?
A lot of these sites, if you just Google it, it says from $50, but not more than $250. That's just not a big deal.
That's
also,
fucking-
chat, subscribe. We're very close to monetization.
Oh,
We're more
thank
than
you
halfway
so
there.
much. Thank you so much, Bill. You're a great mod, by
Alright,
the way,
bye.
man. Really appreciate you.
I should go. I really should be sleeping.
You should be sleeping. I
Almost
agree.
3:30.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
should get some sleep. Don't worry. I'll fight these.
The melatonin
waves
like half an hour ago, and I think it's starting to kick in.
off. All right.
I should
bet.
go.
Well, hey, sleep well, man.
Yeah. You too later on.
Later. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That was a fun call-in, the first one we've had. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I had a good time. Honestly. Oh, and I'm glad to see Softball's Kitten Rescue was on my browser. Go like and subscribe to them. They're super cool people. Anyways, we are currently, I think we were in between. Oh yeah, we were talking about this. All right. Was I cherry pick? What are you talking about?
In this section, you can again see.
We're gonna rewind it just a little bit. If you guys forgot, this is Penguin Zero. His name's Charlie. You probably definitely know him. So he's talking about the ice situation.
And then with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not
Amen,
approaching agents
Wildheart. I totally agree with you. Amen,
with a gun
bro.
or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
Just so everyone knows, crossing the border is a misdemeanor. And overstaying the visa is a civil offense. Okay. Deportations include criminal charges. Yeah, that's a great point too, Dylan. Even if that's what's on the books, that's not what they're doing. They are wanton just having people deported, and even my caller earlier agreed that these immigrants are important. So.
Oh. What the fuck is wrong with you?
In this section, you can again see Alex Preddy has his phone in his hand, and now he's trying to get some of the civilians away from these fucking worms that are now starting to push them. And then one of them got pepper sprayed, and then he got pepper sprayed as well. And when he gets pepper sprayed, you can see his hand shoots in the air like a student about to try and ask the teacher a question. It is a wide open palm. There's no weapon in that hand, and in his other hand is still the phone. There is no gun anywhere here. And now this is when he starts getting beaten by the multiple officers there.
Yeah. I'm honestly interested to hear, next time we have a MAGA call in, I wanna know how they feel about the pistol whip. That was hard for me to watch, the pistol whip. I read further, the 5-year imprisonment and $250,000 dime is in 8 U.S.C. section 132(5)(a), but it's under marriage fraud? Oh my god. That's also something important. People need to read the context of laws and stuff. Hey, it's me from Serbia. It's nice to... Hey, it's good to see you, Aiden. How have you been? Warm at 52. I've heard the ice is getting better there. Is that true? Well, it depends on what ice you're talking about, my friend. In terms of weather, yes, it's getting a little more bearable. In terms of our immigration enforcement, they're continually going downhill.
You're the fuck people. The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
I'm going to stop the video right here because this is when Alex Preddy gets shot to death. This fucking subhuman coward, you can see, pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back, and then shoots him multiple times after as Alex Preddy lies on the ground. You can hear one of the...
Yeah, this one's kind of... Like, I don't really even see any MAGA, like, trying to defend the officer's actions. It's just a horrible situation. Sorry, I see myself in Alex's shoes, you know? I could never just let some woman get shoved on the ground like that. Anyone.
Agents says gun.
By the way, good to see
and
you,
that's when this brain-dead troglodyte pulls out his firearm and starts shooting into Alex while he was still surrounded by his boys, mind you. This is like the antithesis to all training that agents go through, by the way, to shoot into a suspect while still being surrounded by authorities. You're going to get
Also,
your
I forgot
own...
to ask if you need any Bengals or Indians in chat, you need to call in. Finish the South Asian quarter. Oh, if there are any Bengals or Indians in chat, you need to call in, finish the South Asian quarter. In terms of Asian politics and just that general area in a whole, we should have some guests calling in from time to time talking about that on our on me and Maruzzi's podcast. So look forward to that.
People shot too, by the way, you fucking moron, you unbelievable homunculus. So he immediately starts dumping into Alex because someone said gun. But the gun, from the other angles we can see, had already been taken away from Alex, out of his holster. You can see one of the other agents running away with it. But again, he was never brandishing this firearm. And as an American citizen with Second Amendment rights, and a lawful gun owner by all available information, he was allowed to have that gun on his person. It is not grounds to execute.
In Serbia, we've had a similar experience called the Whites. It was a group of police officers during Yugoslavia or the Greater Serbia Empire, though. Check if you're white. If not, they would fire. God, that is fucking insane. I'm sorry. I'm glad you guys got over that, man. It was used in 1949. I mean, here's the thing. I really wish... Oh, okay. So they wouldn't shoot you. Okay, well, that's good. They'd just stun you, which is not as good, but... I wish they would have just stunned Alex, dude. He really didn't need to die, bro. How was my mic quality, by the way? I was using my Bluetooth. I thought it was great. I thought your voice was good.
A man because you fucking freaked out and
they find out he's a Republican. Would that change anything? Probably not.
Panicked because the guy you were beating and pistol whipping with fucking 5 of your friends happened to be armed. He wasn't using it to try and like shoot anyone here or threaten them. They saw the gun and then this guy just freaked out and murdered him. Shot him multiple.
So this is what I was afraid of for our Second Amendment rights. Yeah, they'd probably deny. You're right, Ice Beans. They would probably just deny that he was MAGA. But this is a real issue with the for the Second Amendment, you know? And I knew they would betray their ideals when it came to stuff like this. I knew they would. But that means we're going to have to take up the mantle. And I've always said you have free right to carry firearms. And I'm never going to back away from that position. You know, I don't think if you're fucking having a mental break, you should have access to one. But if you've had some good years and you've been doing well in life and you want to make sure to protect what you've built up for yourself, I think having a gun is totally fine.
Times. This is indefensible. Completely indefensible. And the fact that they even took him to the ground.
The most surprising part is that there are still VA nurses after all the billions Trump cut from the VA. Yeah. Hell yeah, my brother. Hey, good to see you too strong for life. That's because you're a liberal. It's because you got those goddamn lib genes that just make you an absolute Chad.
In the first place and started beating him with one guy pistol whipping him, by the way.
Also, just wanted to let you know I love your videos. Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. I don't know if you can tell that did make me smile. So thank you, man. I really appreciate that.
In other angles, you can see a guy just like pistol whipping him like he's trying to hammer a nail in with his gun. Like, it should have never even been acceptable for that to happen. All Alex Preddy was doing was filming, and then when some civilians started getting pushed, he tried to help. And when one got pepper sprayed, he tried to help. From all available angles and evidence and videos.
Telling you, the MAGA cultists could never compare to our strong liberal, democratic liberal genes, let me tell you.
Here, it seems to be that's all he was doing. He even made an effort to try and show that he's not like a threat or something. Like he threw his arm in the air, wide open, nothing in his hand or anything. He wasn't fighting back against the officers. He got taken to the ground and then immediately started getting beaten. Like, all because he was fucking filming and trying to help.
35 likes. Good job, guys. You guys are absolutely killing it. Yeah, my record for most liked video is 41 likes, so we may be able to break that today. Hell yeah.
Other people around there, it seems. This is so fucking sickening. And the freaks that are cheering this on and parading around like this is something to be celebrated are just scum. You're not...
Yeah, this is how I felt about when people were doing this to Renee Good, you know? It's just scum, bro. Why the fuck would you... Ugh. I'm gonna get teary-eyed talking about Renee Good and Alex just because, God, I relate so much to them. No one cares? I don't know, Mike. It seems like I've got quite a bit of people who care. It seems like you even. may care.
Not even American. You're a fucking drone if you actually think this is a good thing. All you care about is just like sucking wiener from the authorities now all of a sudden. You care more about just being on a team than you do thinking for yourself. It's fucking tragic. It is embarrassing. This is crazy now that I'm seeing people justify this guy's murder because he had a weapon. Wake the fuck up. This is America. You can carry weapons. I
do agree that this is a, I think this is all stupid. Then why are you chatting? You're watching a man play Morrowind, react to Moist Critical, and jump on the bed. Why do you hate that? Why do you hate that? I think that's a good vibe. First contact to him being dead in 20 seconds. Great de-escalation strategy, right? Good to see you, Navy SEAL. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before, so good to have you.
I sometimes carry a gun in public. I have friends who every day carry. It is your right as an American to carry a firearm if you so choose. That is not grounds for a murder. And based on all of the video footage, all of the available evidence, this guy was not brandishing it or anything like that. Thus, he wasn't threatening anyone or about to shoot someone with it, so they had to kill him to stop him. That doesn't seem to be the case. They're now just using the fact that he had a gun as a justification to kill him. That should be extremely alarming to anyone.
So desperate for anything that they're making fun of Moist Critical's height. Oh my god, I've never seen this amount of cope. Is this, are we breaking the charts right now? Is it breaking the charts right now? I agree, they shouldn't be illegal. They should have the ability to come out of the shadows and actually, partake in our democracy. I totally agree. Oh, hell yeah. From now on, when they say go ice, I will choose to believe they are hyping up Ice Beans. Hell yeah. I love Ice Beans. She's really cool.
Anyone who cares about 2A. Like, again, him having it should not be an issue. And any real, actual American, like a real patriot, should be arguing for his right to carry, because it is something that we have the right to do, and that should not be a justification for this man being killed by these agents. This point that they're trying to beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it.
Alright, I've noticed this. I've noticed this with people. DJ Jester, are you a pedophile, man? I'm just wondering, are you a pedophile? If you're not a pedophile, please say you're not in my chat, or else I'm just gonna assume you're a pedophile. I need you to actually say, no, I am not a pedophile, because we've had this happen a couple times where somebody comes on and they claim someone else is a pedophile, and then they won't say that they're not a pedophile. So it's kind of like, oh, that's projection. So please, please, can you just say you're not a pedophile? Oh my god, he's not doing it! DJ, you literally just have to say, I'm not a pedophile. How hard is it? I'm not even telling them not to be a bigot or a racist. I think it's disgusting if you are. I'm literally just asking them to say they are not a pedophile. And they still have issues with it. Yeah, I know, we caught one. Jesus, bro. Like, you guys need to learn what projection is. Like, you really need to learn about that psychology and what goes into that, because I project myself as a weak-ass man. That's a lot of talk coming from Liquor Store Dinosaur. I may be weak, but I'm not as weak as that fucking liver of yours, my friend. Oh, got him. Who did I ban? I didn't ban anybody. Who we got, guy? Right now we're watching Moist Critical. Earlier, if you guys are interested, I did have a call-in with somebody. And I'd say it was a pretty good conversation. We didn't agree on most things, but I'm working on them. You just wait, guys. You just wait. I did not ban him. Somebody else may have banned him, but I did not ban him.
Is that the only people being arrested and targeted by ICE are rapists and pedophile illegal aliens?
When has that ever happened? Today the only person I did ban one person today, and I'm probably I don't know. They wouldn't say they weren't a pedophile, and it's like, bro, I have asked you 10 times to say you're not a pedophile, and you still, and I'm not gonna, not gonna allow pedophilia in my chat. That's the one thing we ban outright. You know? Your weak ass arguments. If they're so weak, then why don't you come in the Discord and debate me? I'm obviously not, I mean, if you listen to the last call, I'm not gonna bite your head off, man. I'm pretty reasonable. I thought I did pretty well. I didn't concede anything, I don't think. So, how do you have time to live stream when you could be getting paid to riot? Well, George Soros specifically instructed me to have an MS Paint UI and to talk to people on YouTube Shorts. So that's what I do, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, facts. No pedals allowed. Sorry. I'm not even sorry, but you know, if you're part of that whole rightoid groiper movement that is okay with PDF files, then you're gonna have to. You're reporting? That actually gets me out there in the audience more. It counts as viewer engagement, so you can do that if you want. I think what you're actually upset about is me not paying as much attention to you. You think you wouldn't be more Yeah, you'd think there would be more, you know? Fuck, if I'm getting $500, I mean, I was going to go protest regardless. Shit, I'm getting $500. I'm bringing a couple friends. Still believe George Soros has been doing secretive stuff. I'll be honest, I just like to do the George Soros meme just because it's a good meme. Oh, Bill, thank you. New Epstein link. Let's check
Which
this
is just
out.
not the case.
Sorry, I've just been chilling here chatting with you guys. Since we have so much, we had such a good stream today, I think tomorrow we'll do an entire day of MS Paint related. Instead of the gamer box, I'll have the MS Paint there, and we can do that. But Mike, why are you so jealous of my channel, man? Can you just admit it? No, you seem like you wanted my attention, my friend. You seemed like you wanted a bit of attention, which is okay. We live in a pretty attention society. Damn it, there he is again! God damn it, the Epstein files are getting all these people. How can you just, in chat, how can you not say I'm not a pedophile? That's like, what? Do you think I'm gonna own you? I don't get it. I don't get it. Thank you, by the way, Bill. I really appreciate that. I think I'm actually gonna, I like these. I like these. This is a different screenshot. Anyways, let me continue. My bad, guys.
There definitely have been rapists and pedophiles.
Feel bad about yourself like he does? Yeah, I know. And trust me, I get hate comments like that all the time, so I actually kind of appreciate them. I'm not a pedo. Not that hard to say, right, Brian? You think so? Oh yeah, but Brian, I don't know if I said what's up, but it's good to see you, man.
pedophiles that have been snatched up in all of this. And those rapists and pedophiles that have been caught and taken away, that's good. They shouldn't be out there breathing the free air. Great. But that's not all that's happening here. You could also right now march into the White House and arrest everyone in the White House, and you would get a ton of rapists and pedophiles. Why isn't that happening?
Hey, there we go, Charlie. I like that Charlie has been speaking up more because good to see you too, guy. Hey, thanks, man. Because what's happening is just, you know, it's beyond what some people, like, how do you bear it, you know? I'm glad I am kept sane by my. I know it seems like it's like my chat in the loner community is kind of known for being a little crazy, but I swear you guys keep me sane sometimes with these people. Because, you know, it at least is good to know that there's sensible people out there.
If the goal,
like cops protect their own. Yeah, I mean, in this situation, in terms of the Epstein files, I mean, how can you say anything but? I mean, think 1,000 victims, the biggest illegal sex ring ever found in Americans' history, and they have to feel like pawns. Like, I don't like that. What's your Discord? Let me send it real quick. Here is my Discord if you disagree. Oh no, that's the link to Bill's expose on DJ there. I'm gonna start pinning that instead of the, you know, I don't really need to pin the stream dono link right now. Just because I don't even think I have settings activated. I'll check if anybody's donated though. I don't think so. Nope. Which that's fine. I don't do this for money. Alright, let's reboot Charlie.
goal is getting rapists and pedophiles off of American soil, thrown in the slammer, taking them away from society. Why is it only just walking through the fucking streets of Minnesota trying to do it? You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House. An administration is actively...
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think, like, the abolish ICE stance is... It rings of defund the police. And it's like, I actually really value police. You know, I think they do a good service to, you know, and I do think they learned from the George Floyd protests. That's something I commonly cite as like, no, institutions can change because of protests.
Covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with it.
He's underselling it. It's the biggest. Todd Blanche definitely needs a oversight committee on him. We need answers for these barcodes. Yeah, dude, I agree. We need answers, dude. Like, what the fuck is going on? Why is it all redacted? Is all of that victim information?
There's tons of...
Oh, he's the guy that was citing the marriage fraud. Bro, you are a hero? Ah, no way. That's you guys. What are you talking about? You guys are the heroes out here. You're fighting for freedom and democracy. That's what's most important, in my opinion.
Clients. So if the goal is to get this kind of evil out of this country, why would you not start with what is provably a spot that has so many of them? Also, that belief of like a secret pedophile ring was a very popular one among Trump voters for the...
Yeah, it was huge. It was huge, dude. You couldn't go on a forum for 5 seconds without hearing about adrenochromes. This version of ICE is not the ICE that was created and not fulfilling its mission. This version of ICE needs to be dismantled. Amen. Amen. That's why I think repeal and replace might be a good slogan. Repeal ICE, replace it with something better. Because these guys, they just have too much power, and yeah. All right, so Bone 4200 just displayed. Take a look, guys. He just displayed something that will, one of the only things that will get you timed out in my chat, and that is celebrating the death of your fellow American. So you can come back tomorrow, my friend. I'm not banning you. You're just timed out. Now, if you're a PDF file, that seems to be the only way you can get banned. So just don't do that, and you won't get banned. Even saying crazy shit like that dude just said won't get you banned. It'll just get you timed out for a little bit. Yeah, I don't know why celebrating somebody's death is funny. And again, I do see myself a little bit in Alex, because that's exactly what I would be doing if my community was being harassed by a bunch of armed, masked men. He did everything right, dude. I'm sorry. He did everything right. He was trying to help out that woman. He wasn't interfering. He did everything
the longest time, and now that it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be real, legitimate reality, they are now just ignoring it. They have been proven correct that there was a huge pedophile ring of these powerful politicians, but because some of their favorite politicians are potentially wrapped up in it, they just want to drop it and forget about it. Absolutely unhinged, by the way. It's crazy. So many people for the longest time were adamant against like government surveillance and Big Brother watching them being a huge concern. Now, plenty of people are welcoming it with open arms and a huge smile on their face. For the longest time, people would be preaching.
Elite tech nerds and dictators. I agree. He does smell like that. He's got a. I guarantee you, Donald Trump has an odor. I don't know what it is, but I guarantee you. He has
About the important.
It might be that pizza. Might be that pizza cologne. That what was it, Versace? I think that's what they were offering him.
To the Second Amendment and gun rights. And now, even with this, they're saying, well, he had a gun, which means that's an executable offense. So it seems like they now no longer believe in Americans' right to own guns or carry guns, which was a core component.
Out of my cold, you know what? It's been, I don't think I've been able to say this, but you can come get these guns out of my cold, dead fucking hands, dude. Fuck no. Especially in this, he just had a handgun, dude. I've carried handguns just so I don't have to fucking feel threatened in certain areas. Like, what? Many people have spoken about Donald Trump stinking like shit. Oh, I guess I haven't heard about this, but I could see it. Trump called Epstein a great guy. It gave me a doubt until he said the exact same thing about Macron, who everyone knows he despises. Yeah. The reason I give more leeway to the Trump-Epstein connection is just there's so much, you know? Like, at a certain point, it's just like, okay, this guy was pretty close with this dude, you know? There's just so much.
Of like the right for a long time, where there was like this big fear about they're coming for our guns. And now the same people that were arguing like to protect that are now arguing against it, saying, well, this guy deserved to die because he had a gun with him.
Yeah.
It's a fundamental right of Americans to.
And I fucking knew they would do this, and that's what really just upsets me, is I knew they would do this shit, dude. I knew it. Allegedly, it's from when he got from the Sacha dude when he kicked something into his butthole. Yeah. You got to be careful of unintended breakages, I believe is what that's called.
who have guns, gun ownership. You can carry
Permanently
them in
anal
public
leakage.
too. Like
God, I
that,
hate
you
when
shouldn't
that
be killed for that. And in the footage here, it doesn't seem like he was brandishing it or anything. And also, the same people that only like a year and a half ago were constantly telling you to question the government, that you can't trust anything that comes out of the government, the authorities always lying to you, are now just willingly, blindly, unquestioningly following anything authorities tell them to believe in, and shut out any and all thought and just have the hive mind think for them. It is crazy because it seems like the only actual belief of
Heard
some
about
of
those
these
Sasha
fucking
interviews? No, I
brainwashed...
haven't. Holy shit, that's crazy. We're gonna get a spam call counter. The spam calls are something I think we need to have laws against. But unfortunately, with the country and the state it is right now, I don't think spam calls are on the top of everybody's mind. If we had a functioning Republican Party, you know, the one that didn't sell their soul, maybe we would. Because I feel like that would be an issue that they would be pretty big advocates to fix, you know? You'd think.
drones is relentless cock gobbling. All they want to do is swallow boots and penis from the government. So if the administration or the news, which they used to hate the news, but now that the news just parrots points from big government that they like to clap their hands at like seals, they now just trust
Trump's
all
main
of it.
doctor in the 90s was a butt doctor? Ooh, that is kind of huge. I won't lie, my main doctor right now is just a general practitioner. I wasn't able to get the butt doctor, unfortunately.
All of a sudden, even though there's been no big change with these mainstream media outlets, by the way, that they used to not trust only a year and a half ago. But now, anytime they hear something from the news or anything that comes from the government, they will just immediately accept without a second thought and then attack anyone else that is saying differently. Or even
auto workers once said Trump smelled so bad smelled of bad breath mixed with feces. Oh, bro. Check your fucking pants. We got a new you're here? Oh, just go into the waiting room if you want to debate.
just probing them to maybe think a little bit more about the narratives. Keep in mind, the government themselves are currently not even complying with their own laws that Trump has signed, like the Epstein Transparency Act, where the DOJ is still putting up a fight and are over a month late to compliance with releasing the Epstein files. They are still fighting.
I will later. I think I will. Anyways, we got another call in, so we'll wait one moment. He sent me a message saying we're here. Yeah, join the waiting room, and I'll drag you into the chat.
Tooth and nail to not release them, and even recently, only a week ago, outright said maybe there's no court that can force them to order this. They didn't even say maybe. I gave them a very charitable thing right there. They actually said courts can't force them to do this, and that if they don't comply, there's nothing anyone can do. They can't be sued. If the DOJ doesn't comply, go fuck yourself, pussy. That's basically their sentiment. They are not complying with their own fucking laws, and yet people are still willing to overlook that in order to just keep like playing for the same team. It's like it's a
interview called again. Sasha. All right, let me copy that real quick, and I'll put it in the meme. All right, one moment. All right, got it.
Competition to see who can think the least and who can regurgitate enough from the hive mind to be like the biggest super fan of their side. It's fucking despicable. It's actually crazy. This is real sheep behavior. I know a lot of these people like to say sheep, sheep, sheep for the longest time, but now they are actually the epitome of that. Here's just a little thought experiment if you can break through the programming for a second. Imagine what's happening in Minnesota was happening under Obama or Biden, where there were masked agents that were constantly surveilling you, and even at times asking for your papers, your documents to prove you're an American citizen, constantly needing to provide your private information.
Literally, the definition of papers, please. Yeah, I know, Liquor. I'm waiting for you. Join the waiting room, like I've said, and you will be brought in.
To these masked agents, and these agents also had killed 2 American citizens. What do you think your response would be? Would you be like, oh yes, please, everyone needs to comply with this. This is good. This is what I want. This is what I look for in Obama or Biden. This is what I'm happy about. Would you be as excited then as you are now in that scenario? My guess would be probably not, because you would
just not in the waiting room, because I have to drag him in there. I have to drag him to the waiting room. Here, bud. I'm addressing you. Here. You got to join the waiting room to come in.
Rightfully view this as an infringement on your rights as an American. Your Second Amendment right, where apparently even carrying a gun now is a crime punishable by death. Like, this isn't something anyone should be championing for, but because it's become such like a team-focused sport, people delude themselves into thinking that they have to support this, and thus they will abandon all of their beliefs in order to stay on this side. It's crazy to me. I truly don't even know what the solution here is, because people are just willingly, on their own accord, no longer trusting what they see and what they know to be true. They would rather just have the government tell them what to think and what's true. So that way they don't have to do any level of thought for their own. How do you fix that? I genuinely do not know. I have no idea. I don't know how you can watch this.
Need to be a bipartisan effort to eliminate any doubt of favorites directly from both parties, senators. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And then Trump allegedly killed puppies. Oh, wow, they're making an actual case for that? I mean, that'd be interesting to see. One moment, you'll see it with a speaker. All right.
This footage and multiple angles of this situation and still come out trusting the government's word on the series of events that unfolded, when you can yourself watch the footage and prove them false.
I got a silver weapon.
What do you do to someone that just refuses to at least try and see things clearly? I don't know, but it's fucking tragic, and it's only getting worse. It is so fucking out of control. I had to yap about this. I've been actually fuming all day. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
Understandably. All right. Well, that was Charlie. I'm actually really happy to hear that he's speaking up about this. You know, one of my big issues with Charlie was he kind of sat on the fence on some of this stuff, but it looks like he didn't. And look, we're just in time for PBS NewsHour.
Prove to my body that this is real, so I needed to come here, even though it's really hard.
All right, let's. Oh, it looks like we just started too. Wanted to debate. I ain't got time to sit in a room all day. Well, brother, I told you how to join the call. I'm live every day, so if you want to, once you learn the finities of Discord, I'm cool with rescheduling it. I enjoy, I love this shit, so.
But by
I'll be here
mid-morning
all
came the
time.
first hint of some conciliation. President Trump, in a Truth Social post, wrote, "Governor Tim Walz called me with the request to work together with respect to Minnesota. It was a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a similar wavelength." The president also said he
Alright,
was
so I
sending
like
border
hearing
czar
stuff like this. I like hearing stuff like this. This is the President of the United States saying that he had a good call with Tim Walz. I like hearing stuff like this. But I don't like, he's humanizing Tim Walz. Because when you talk to, for the longest time, they don't want to humanize him. But what he's doing is humanizing Tim Walz, which I like, dude. He needs to. If this was how the president of the United States was acting, then I'd be okay with his act. I mean, obviously not his policy, but I wouldn't drown so hard against his rhetoric and stuff like that.
Tom Homan to Minnesota. In a statement shortly after, Governor Walz said he had a, quote, productive call with President Trump.
But this is what we should always be doing. It should never come to we have the fear of a civil war happening. This could have happened the moment that Nick Shirley put out his video. I feel like Timmy realized it was the only way to do something. Well, true, but I mean, Donald Trump has had these calls where they're not productive at all, and so Tim Walz had to be kind of smart in how he talked to the president here. I'll be honest, I'm mixed on Tim Walz, because on one hand, I was totally okay. I was hyped for him to run for governor again, but when he announced that he was going to step down from running for governorship again, I just thought it was horrible timing. It was right after the Nick Shirley video came out, and everybody was essentially acting like they had found something on Tim Walz, even though to this day only about 90 people have been charged, 80 under Biden. So we still haven't found this massive amounts of fraud. But anyways,
writing, the president agreed that he would talk to his Department of Homeland Security about ensuring the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is able to conduct an independent investigation. He also said the president agreed to look into
this is something else. Like, we should, at the very least, the state authorities should be involved in these types of going-ons. But who knows? Sorry, I'm fucking this fucking ancestral spirit up, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, that's why they're afraid of the softy that I am. I'm in touch with my emotions, you know what I mean? And I'm proud of that. Not many men are able to be on a live stream and say, yeah, I have emotions and I have feelings.
reducing the number of federal agents in Minnesota and to coordinate with state officials. In an interview with Minnesota Public Radio this afternoon, Walz was asked about reports that Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino would be leaving the state tomorrow.
That is really good news, and I will acknowledge it here. That is the president following through, apparently, with our conversation.
Let's not talk about
it. It comes after Pretty, a 37-year-old ICU nurse, was killed by ICE agents.
A paper trail of announcements that would declare that he tried to use the Insurrection Act. I'm guessing someone is giving Trump tips. Oh, for sure. This entire administration's job, it feels like, and I'm talking about the admin, not just Trump, but their whole admin just give Trump as much power as possible. There's no legal basis. There's no reasoning. They just want to give him as much power as possible. So that's what he's going to do. That's what they're going to do.
During a scuffle that was captured on video by bystanders. Department of Homeland Security officials were quick to say that Pretty had been, quote, brandishing.
Dude, and this was disgusting. This was disgusting from our own president to do something like this.
A firearm.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
And hours after the killing, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller called Pretty, quote, a would-be assassin in a social media post. But numerous bystander videos from the encounter paint a different picture. A frame-by-frame analysis of the video by the New York Times and several other news organizations shows Pretty holding a phone, not a gun. And they show agents removing the gun from his hip 1 second.
You know, and somebody in my chat said it earlier. I can see why Waltz would decide to do that. His friends were murdered for someone he appointed being bipartisan, and somehow people are blaming him. It's not ending and running for a third term as governor was already pushing it. Yeah, I see your point. The timing is what made me upset. It wasn't necessarily, and yeah, I can see him being done with all the bullshit for sure. I really don't blame him for anything like that. I just think it would have been smarter to be tactical rather about when you're going to announce that, because I had people saying, oh, well, Waltz he admitted, he resigned, he admitted to it. It's like, no, that's not the reason. But it's a little bit of a weaker position to be like, well, no, he did drop out, but it was because of this. Deprivation of rights, but so far that's from judges who let criminals go and leave victims without justice. Not necessarily a Tim thing as it stands. I don't see what you're quite talking about there, Brian. My bad. Let me go up. Oh, okay. Now I see what you're talking about. ICE arrests are happening nationwide. Minnesota is the only place turning into a dumpster fire, and that's entirely because of Tim Waltz? No, I think that's because of how aggressive ICE is being towards Minnesota's citizens. And you're right, there are ICE raids happening everywhere in small towns where you don't get to see, you're not going to see a protest as much because that's just not something small towns do as much. But let me tell you, my community is afraid of ICE. My community is fucking horrified of ICE.
The first shots were fired.
You don't have to choose between your First and Second Amendment rights.
By the way, if
Rob
you guys are
Doors
enjoying
with
the
the
stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I do a show basically every day, or at least I try to. Yesterday we didn't have a stream because unfortunately, one of my coworkers was not able to show up, so I had to cover for him. Case to use the Insurrection Act. It's also still unclear of the protester or even from Minnesota, let alone getting directive from any politician. Hey, some people protest these. I would, if I didn't have the current situation that I did, I would totally go to Minnesota and just record what's happening. Sorry, it was a two-parter? No, you're totally good. I saw what you were talking about towards the end there. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think that's even that bad. I honestly kind of understand it. I understand. It's kind of like the feeling of that somebody, like, it is kind of the feeling of like defending your country, you know? It does kind of feel like that.
Owners Caucus, the state's largest Second Amendment advocacy group. He says there's no evidence Pretty was trying to shoot agents.
I'm just very disheartened by the inaccurate messaging that's being put out, and I think it's being done for two reasons. One, to give the public the impression that Mr. Pretty was in violation of the law, so therefore the use of force was justified against him, and to try to discourage people from exercising the rights that they're entitled to. You have a right to carry a firearm in Minnesota if you have a permit, which Mr. Pretty did. You have a right to carry openly or concealed. You have a right to carry.
That's what's so hard about this, dude. He did everything right. And that's why I see, you know, I'm trying to do everything right. I don't want to be just randomly shot by an ICE officer if I'm protesting and he thinks I'm being a little antsy. Like, that scares me, dude. I go to any protest that my small town has. That, well, obviously for issues that I support. But, you know, I show up and, like, even if there were just 200 ICE agents in my town, it would be a huge issue. There would be unrest. You would feel it in the air, you know what I mean? Just this feeling that something isn't quite right, that people feel a little more on edge. By the way, look how beautiful this water is. Shout out to Morrowind. I think it was HD Retexture.
Backup in magazines, and you have a right to carry at protest.
It's all sparked a political firestorm, with numerous Republican politicians criticizing the ongoing ICE and border.
Well, Brian, you do touch on something that's that has been lacking, although we're making up for it now. Patriotism should be more on the Democratic side. We're the ones that fight for increased representation. We're the ones that are holding the American ideal a little closer to our hearts. So I think patriotism is great, and I agree. Like, don't say things like you hate America. Come on. Your every value of don't mean you don't share every value of every American. That's true. That's also true. Year in America due to gun violence, and 130 people die a day in America due to guns. Civilized country? Yes. We're a big country, my man. 330 million and only 4,400 children death. I mean, yeah, we could definitely improve on that, I'd say, but I would rather be living here than a place that is not a democracy. Even if it's a flawed democracy, it's still a democracy.
A patrol operation in Minnesota, now over a month old.
Oh,
In a social media post over
here.
the weekend,
Jim Smith.
Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy described the shooting as, quote, disturbing and called for a full joint federal
Somebody die in
and state
China due to
investigation.
guns? Well, China is incredibly repressive fucking government that gets rid of, that makes sure the population is not represented. What are you talking about? Fuck China. I love the Chinese people, but their government are full of fucking crooks. You realize they have a systemic corruption problem. We have a corruption. Hey, I'm not saying we don't either. I mean, but at least when our politicians are being corrupt, you can read about it on the newspaper. Can't do that in China. Your country is uncivilized. Oh, geez. Do we have a China simp here? Uncivilized. Dude, I'd say it's uncivilized to jail somebody for their... for the noises coming out of their mouth. But I mean, in China, like, you know, you want to compare everything to China. In China, that's totally reasonable. Yeah, China is a very, like, they're very eco-conservative out there. Dead kid. Okay, how many? Okay, Jim Smith, tell me this: how many children in China died due to the two-child policy? I think that's an uncivilized rule. Telling people how many children they can have? What a fucking weird thing to do. I think that's uncivilized. China, okay. Good to know we just have a China bot in here. Tell me, will Trump get rid of ICE? Probably not. Can't imagine so. I need to be stopped? What are you on about, dude? No, dead kids is worse. Yeah, exactly. How many people died? How many children were killed because of the two-child policy? Yeah, China abandoned a lot of female babies, dude. Just admit it, just agree. Tiananmen Square. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, I appreciate it. Just keep asking, Mao, keep asking what happened when was the Tiananmen Square? 1989? Was that when it was? Just keep asking that. God damn it, we're at Vivek again. 100, that's not a real statistic, dude. I'm sorry. The average gun death is about 67 a day, not 130. Fucking weirdo. Oh yeah, how many people are in prison in China for being gay? Oh, dude, it is a... Dude, it's
Meanwhile,
a Chinese
Minnesota
disinfo
officials were
agent.
in
Let's
court
fucking go. Thank you, it's bots. I was just about to say. Honestly, though, why do you guys have so... Like, you guys need to free Tibet. It's bullshit what you guys did to that amazing country. It is 130. Well, let's look it up. How many people die a day from guns in America? Let's look this up. Last time I checked, it was about 67. All right, so right here, 130. But I do think we need to go a little bit down. So about 52% of all gun death, this is why it's important. This right here is why it's important. Because 52%, so take that number, half it, of all gun deaths are suicide. Homicides only make up 37% of gun deaths. Yes, I know, China is incredibly repressive and they don't allow their citizens to own guns. I know. It's going to be zero. Also, we're trusting data from China now for some reason.
On two fronts today. One case aims to preserve evidence.
I'm not going to ask about China because, to be quite honest, I don't really give a fuck about China. Yeah, you guys just kill people in other ways. Oh, by the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. Apparently, we're really close to hitting our like goal, or our like record. Right now, my record is 41 likes. So if we get back to that, we get up to that, I'll do something special. Shit country? Yeah, you're in the wrong chat, bro. We love America here.
Alex Pretty's shooting after state investigators were shut out from examining the scene. The second lawsuit...
I think the Chinese people and the Chinese culture is fucking amazing, and I wish they weren't so authoritarian and just straight up, yeah, authoritarian. Because I would love to visit China someday. I'm sure I can right now, but I don't want to be followed by fucking, you know, I don't want to be followed by a bunch of people. I hate America. Well, I hope that my coverage will change that. America needs to be liberated. Oh my God. Listen to this. Liberated. No, we just need to get rid of the dumbass in charge. It's not like it's gonna fucking... Anyways.
And the so-called
Yeah, calm
Operation
down, by the
Metro
way. This
Surge
is YouTube chat, not America. You're the last Japanese pandas are being pulled. God damn it. Well.
altogether. Still, tensions remain high in the Twin Cities. One demonstration boiled over last night with people vandalizing a hotel where they believed ICE agents were staying.
Jim, can you be honest? Are you using a VPN right now? Because if you're from China, I don't think you're allowed to have access to this web, bro. Like, I don't think you're allowed to fucking be on here. Liberia is just African United States. Fuck yeah. I'm angry? Why are you angry, man? Don't be angry. Liberia? Hey, dude. Rare Poke Card Hunter. Don't. I'm asking if you're on a VPN because China doesn't allow your website. Doesn't allow this version of YouTube. So I have no idea if, like, I don't think you're being honest with me. Hey, Carnage of Crust. All I'm saying, I agree. I think American politics is super interesting, so I'm angry at your violence. I'm not being violent.
The state's Department of Public
America's
Safety
not
said
normal. No, what I think is not normal is calling another country uncivilized. Jim, do you want to get in the Discord and debate me? I think that would be fun. Jim probably thinks the news is what the rest of the U.S. looks like. I know, it's sad because I think the American population is great, and I love the America. I think the people of China, I think the Chinese history is fucking amazing and beautiful, and it's long and storied and has so many bits of wisdom in there. But of course, we don't get the same leeway from Jim here. Jim can't say the American government is bad. He has to say America itself is bad. You don't punch down? My brother, I don't think you'd be punching down. I think I'm doing you a favor, actually, by bringing you on here. But anyways, join the Discord if you have anything valuable to say.
Officials were encircling the group for arrests when federal agents showed up unannounced and deployed chemical irritant.
Yeah, the stories from Imperial China are fucking interesting as hell. Anyways, you know I'm right. I think I've given a couple reasons why I don't think you're right, my friend.
All this is
Russia rules too? Okay, got you. Listen, the axis of resistance is not, it's definitely failing, my friend. The axis of resistance to America. Let's see, we got Iran. Ooh, don't want to talk about what's going on there. We have Russia, who wasn't able to take a country right next to them. And they had been planning for this military operation for years, and they still were not able to do it. And then China, who has such brain power that they don't see that, has such brain power to realize that, like, could you imagine making this calculation, right? You have option A, integrate with the entire world, become the economic powerhouse of the world, become the area that the world depends on for manufacturing. And so you have that option, right? You have that option. And then option B is get hit with a bunch of sanctions, get into trade war with the United States, and all of that just for some little piece of land. Great. What are you sewing out? What happened in 1 week?
Friends and colleagues mourn and remember Alex Pretty.
Jim, I'm worried for you, my friend. I'm worried for you. I'm afraid China has you tied up somewhere. I lack morality. Okay, buddy.
3 Draconia.
China has 786 suicides a day? Jesus. That's sad, dude. Why? Damn, if that's true, that's incredibly sad. And if that's the case, then that's a extremely lower number. America is 130. Hey, actually, that number is actually even less, J. Cool, because that number is taking into account all gun deaths. So it's even less. Fun fact. Which goes to your point even more.
Disease physician who worked with Pretty both in clinical and research settings.
He was just a really fun guy. Did his work hard, made sure that he was covering everything that he could do, and also trying to see what else he could do that would free up space for other people to do their jobs. He was.
They also have 1 billion people, so you got to average. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm sure at different I'm sure it's relatively similar, taking into account the averages, you know.
Helpful, friendly, engaging guy. So to hear him described as a domestic terrorist.
Oh yeah, in America, that number, it's actually less suicides than that. I believe it was 52%, so it'd be 52% of 130, so 100 and, or not even 100, it'd be like 67 deaths a day, which is still a lot. I'm not going to deny that needs to come way down, but it's not the disaster that Jim was saying. Same everywhere because people are people. I mean, yeah, it's probably pretty similar. No one allowed to end themselves. Talk about schools? Well, education is an issue that I intend that the Democratic Party has a plan for. Anyways, I'm getting one bad. Talk about schools in America. No, I want to talk about what happened to Alex Pretty right now.
And while Pretty's final moments are splashed across the front pages, Dr. Draconia points to other photos as a...
Jim, do you know what the feeling of filling up a water bottle from your tap water feels like and drinking out of that? I'm just wondering, do you know that feeling?
A truer reflection of who he was.
The image of him holding his mountain bike, the image of him smiling in his official...
Dude, rest in peace to this fucking hero. I mean, what else do you call that? Hero. Let's talk about schools and how many a week. Guns? Guns in schools? I don't know about that one, man.
Portrait. You'll notice that every one of those images that is out
Liquor,
there...
all you have to do is just join the waiting room. It's not that difficult. I wouldn't be able to call because it fucks with my Discord settings.
...a smile, and that is the person that he was. And that's how I hope people remember him.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Fred DeSan-Lazaro.
Attacks on schools. Well, my friend... That's bad, but that's a mental health issue. And that's something we in America really want to address. Unfortunately, our right party doesn't seem super interested in addressing mental health, even though they pretend to when the gun conversation comes up. But I'd say I stay pretty fair on that one. Yeah, it's a mental health issue, man. And it's something we need to address. See, the difference between you and me, though, I can advocate. It is a mental health issue. And I advocate. It's not a nice dodge at all. You're saying people bringing guns to school and shooting people up isn't a problem with mental health? You think a totally normal person did that? That's interesting. Well, what do you think people? Oh, that's horrifying. Oh, Jim, you just got called out because you agree. You agree that it's a mental health issue. That's why you're leaving. But I guess you can leave with your tail tucked between your legs. I guess that's fine. Feel free to come back and spurg out a little more. I enjoyed that. It's been a while since we had the China simps. Steve, I can't call you, man. It would fuck with my overlay on Discord and stuff. You're gonna have to call me. You're gonna have to join the waiting room and talk to me. I know it's difficult. And again, we can set this up at a different time. I'll be live tomorrow as well. And I can show you how to use Discord. You know, I know it's you said you were older, so it is a little difficult to navigate, but I will show you how to use Discord later, though. I can't, you know, I'm doing a show right now.
And we should note, we asked officials from Border Patrol, ICE, and the White House to join us for an interview, but they declined our requests. Meanwhile, the crackdown in Minnesota and the deadly shootings of 2 U.S. citizens are raising questions about the tactics used by federal immigration agents. To discuss that, I'm joined by former Customs and Border Protection Commissioner Gil Kurlikowski.
Hey, what's up, Benzo Scarlet? Good to see you. You missed it. We had a call-in earlier, and we're trying to get a call-in set up right now, but unfortunately, I can't do private calls on Discord because it messes with my overlay. But
he also served as the chief of local police departments in multiple cities. Gil, welcome back to the News Hour. Thanks for being with us. So you've seen a number of videos circulating online, some even frame-by-frame analyses by different news outlets. I'm just curious, what stands out to you from what you've seen?
Well, the fact that they took him to the ground, and he is resisting, but you would think that with the number of agents that they had, they would be able to get his hands behind his back.
I'm not gonna hate, you know, I've been there, so... Yeah, you can vent. I am a pretty chill dude. You'll come to find out.
And get him secured and get him handcuffed.
But we are gonna I do love America.
It reminded
Jim.
you.
That is something you are gonna have to. I love this place. It's my home country, and the ideas of freedom, liberty, and justice for all. I love it. You know, and it's part of, you know, it's very much part of who I am, is the idea of freedom, liberty, and justice for all. But if you can get over that, I mean, you know, if you can understand where I'm coming from for my love for America and understand that it's not a uncivilized land, then I think we could probably agree on a couple things.
Kind of a football scrum where they were all at different angles. So I didn't see them doing a particularly good.
Heard about Bon Lai, right? No, I haven't.
Good job of securing him and getting him in custody.
Based on what you know about what happened before that interaction, what should have agents done in that case, in those circumstances?
Well, I think what they don't do and what they should be doing is that when they're confronted with somebody who is attempting to interfere or attempting...
Oh, that's a good one. It's Spots. I won't lie.
...to obstruct, they should tell that person, we're arresting you. This use of chemical munitions, just bringing out pepper spray, etc., just makes little sense. Police officers deal with these things all the time, and they make a physical arrest. And that actually then deters some other people from getting involved or obstructing. But remember, this is
I thought Jim said that. John Edward, public executions are not law enforcement. Amen. I agree. This is autocracy and honestly fascism at its finest. Honestly, movement of depression from its Chinese people. Oh, yes, I have. I have heard of Banlai. It's an online movement, right? Yeah, I have heard of that. I didn't know that was the name, but yes, there is a huge wave of depression in China right now.
The Border Patrol in particular, who are completely
Personally, I
untrained.
would point to like the oppression and the lack of free speech. Free speech that's my number one most guarded right, is free speech, you know?
And unskilled for policing an urban environment.
I want to ask you a little bit more about that training, but can I just pick up on something you mentioned about attempting to interfere or attempting to obstruct, which is something we've heard from administration officials. When you see the videos, is that what you see Alex Preddy doing? Many people say they see him stepping in to help a woman who was knocked down. Is that interference to you?
Oh, Jay, cool. That was actually John, some man named John and Jim. But I'm sure Jim would agree public executions are probably pretty gross. No, I agreed. Dead kids are important, my friend, but the way we deal with this isn't going to be by taking away guns. It's going to be by getting the people who have guns the mental help they need. Like, okay, here's what I would compare it to. I would say that most Americans are unhealthy physically, right? However, and I think that applies to mental health as well. We're very unhealthy in terms of our mental health. And that's just from a lack of, I mean, there's a bunch of things you can point to. But if we address that, if we address the issues that led these people up to the point where they go out and decide to do that, then I think that'll stop, nip it in the bud. Making people take classes for guns and gun safeties. He's in waiting? Hey, bet. All right, this is, who is this? This is Liquor Sword Dinosaur. Let's go. Hello. Oh, one moment. Hello.
Yeah, this is Shane. Liquor Store Dinosaur.
Yeah, what's up? If you have me on your stream, you might want to mute the stream and instead, but I could be wrong about that. Anyways, what's up?
Yeah, I was just calling for a discussion.
Yeah, of course. What have I said on the stream that you disagree with?
Well, quite a bit of it. First off, like getting rid of the immigrants. That would be one of them. Illegal immigrants, especially violent ones, they definitely have to go, especially ones that are not willing to integrate into our society and be a productive member. I definitely have an issue with that.
Integration. What do you mean by they need to integrate? I have issues with your wider statement, but what do you mean by failing to integrate? How are we going to judge that?
Or, I apologize, assimilate.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly, I mean that just as much. Who is going to be in the decision making role on who can integrate and who assimilated and who hasn't?
Well, it would be almost in a democratic sense the majority. So, for instance, the people that voted Trump in are not happy with the assimilation of the current immigration process, so it has already taken effect and began.
Yeah, but that's half of America. That's not all of America. You said
Exactly.
a majority. That's half. And not even half, actually. But also, I don't think that's not how we do laws. We make cutouts for minorities in many sections of our legal code. So just because the majority,
So when they come over illegally,
that's why we vote.
so when they come over illegally, they should not be treated as coming in illegally.
Well, I mean, number one, how are, as a citizen, you even going to know that they're illegal? But no, I don't think they should be
Well,
treated.
if you check their paperwork and they don't have the proper paperwork, that would be one way to tell.
Papers, please. Okay, got you.
Again,
they
it's
did
not
that in the
not
Gestapo.
rocket science.
Yeah, they did that in Nazi Germany as well. But I don't really care about that, the papers, please argument. I really. So what I try to advocate for is these people coming out of the shadows.
I got a problem with that because it's okay that we ask for paperwork in every other part of our society, and that's fine. Papers if you drive, papers if you buy cigarettes, papers if you buy alcohol.
Your
you have to show
ID.
papers for everything
These aren't
else.
the paper. You have to. These are much different
Yeah.
papers that they're talking about, though. Your ID is a lot different from filings
No,
and
you
stuff
can't.
like that.
You can't get a real ID without the proper paperwork. With no proper paperwork, no real ID.
So you want everybody to have a real? I don't have a real ID.
So see, a lot of
should
it's
I be
pretty
deported? Should I be deported because I don't have a real ID? Yeah, kind of.
No.
Doesn't make sense, right?
No, not necessarily, but you definitely can't. You can't fly or anything else. Again, that's personal choice. Absolutely. Now, if you were to get detained and then had issues and problems because you didn't have a real ID, that would be a personal choice that you would make, and you would have to suffer the consequence of that choice. Would you not?
I don't think that really is like addressing like my personal choice to not have a real ID. So tell me what is wrong with this statement. People should be allowed to come out of the shadows and become U.S. citizens. What's wrong with that? I'm advocating for these people to come out of the shadows, apply for citizenship at any government building, and they pay a little extra taxes and boom. You know, if they show that they've been here for a while through, I don't know, paperwork with the with whoever is employing them, then they should be allowed to stay here legally and become legal citizens. That's not what Donald Trump is doing, obviously. But what's wrong with that? These people coming out of the shadows, paying a little more in taxes. Go on.
That's not what anybody's doing. The Democrat, the Republican, either one.
Well, interestingly, the
But I
Democrats
find not a whole lot wrong with that.
Yeah, go on. My bad. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say the Democrats did try to fix it with that bipartisan border bill, but Trump shot it down. I don't think Trump actually wants to solve the immigration problem. I think he just wants to run on it.
No, I'm not familiar with the bill that you're speaking of, but I can only guarantee that that was not the only piece of that bill. So just because one part of the bill you might not have agreed with and ended up not signing it due to several parts.
Well, it's the Lankford bill. Have you heard of the
Exactly.
Lankford bill? What's wrong
Which a
with
lot
that?
of it probably wasn't agreed upon.
A lot of Republicans agreed with that. A lot of them did. They voted. They were going to vote on it, and it was projected to have bipartisan
And they should have
support.
voted on it and gone through the Democratic process.
I agree. They did vote on it, and the only reason
Because there's a way, even if the president does not agree with it.
Well, he wasn't even the president at the time. He said that he didn't want that bill to go through, or because he wanted to run on immigration. And I don't think he wants to solve the immigration problem.
Okay.
I think he just uses
And then
it
it was
as a way
shot
to
down,
fire up his base.
Yeah, but that's speculation.
Well,
I can
see
speculate
it
a lot.
through his actions. I can no, it's not speculation. I can see it through his actions. If he was serious, he would have actually put through some policy that would permanently affect our border
Actions
laws
is
and
what?
how things actually work. But he's not. He's just sending ICE into areas to inflame tensions with blue cities and not actually fix the immigration issue.
No, he's permanently affected those borders while he's in office.
No,
But now once he leaves office, that'll all change again, I'm sure.
It's not permanent.
But while
at
he's
all.
there, no, he affected the change.
But wouldn't you want something that's permanent rather than just temporary? Like if
No,
you actually
neither,
wanted,
no policy ever enacted is going to be permanent.
I mean, yeah, but at the end of the day, like
Yeah,
the
but that's speculation.
Constitution,
Again. Any
hasn't
policy can be changed.
hasn't been changed.
So there we are.
Yeah.
So nothing's permanent. Exactly. And all that can be changed. So again, it's all speculation.
It's
So
not
again, let's just deal with
speculation, though.
facts.
Hold
For
on,
the short
hold on.
term,
Do
his
you-
4 years, yeah, he has
Hold
solved the border crisis.
Hold on. Do you acknowledge that the Democrats and Republicans both brought forward a bill that was going to fix the immigration and make it a lot, it was going to make it harder to claim asylum. It was going to make the border have a surge of funding if border encounters hit more than 50,000 per week. That's the bill. And Donald Trump purposely tanked it to run on it. Can we agree on that?
I can neither confirm nor deny. You'd have to give me the bill. You'd have to give me the bill. I'd have to research it. So I don't know for sure now.
It's called the Langford bill if you want to do research into it. But anyways.
So I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, it's called the Langford, or it's commonly referred to as the Langford bill, I should say.
That's one of many. Again, it's one of many.
Well, this was the big one because this was the one that had.
So
huge
even then,
support.
throwing more money at it's not a necessity to
Well,
fix
it's not
the problem.
throwing more money at it. It's basically restructuring how we do immigration to make things like deportations easier.
Well, you
Actually,
just said more funding. More funding that increases our national
No,
debt.
no. Well,
I just don't see where that's
technically, so the funding, it wasn't going to always be used. That funding would be unlocked.
Or did I misspeak?
That funding would be unlocked if it reached more than 50,000. But I don't believe it was a massive increase in funding to ICE or Border Patrol in general. I don't know where they got where those funds, if they were reallocated or if they were, but I'm okay with paying a little bit more if that means
I'll put it
that
to you
our
this.
border is secure. Are you?
Well, no, here's the issue. I'm willing to pay a little
Why
bit
don't you
more,
answer that? Come on. Yeah, there we go.
but that's if a lot of things get fixed. And it's not just the border. Not just the border. No, absolutely not. I'm not willing to pay more. I already pay over 33%. So no, I'm not willing to pay more.
Well,
They need to utilize their
Thank you
resources
for your
properly.
services to thank you for contributing to the American democracy.
Oh, that's the entire government. That ain't just the president, but that's the difference.
I'm thanking you. I think taxes are important, dude. I think they're great. I think they're, I would pay 50% of my taxes if that means, 50% of my bill if that means my fellow American doesn't sleep on the sidewalk, end up with not having food in his belly. Like, I would pay half of my check for that. But anyways, so is there anything, we debated a little bit about the immigration. Is there anything else you kind of wanted to bring up? I mean, we can debate for a while if you want. I just wondering. Hello? Oh, he left. Oh, well, his phone might have died or something. Anyways, that was, I hope he comes back. I thought we were having a good conversation. But, yeah, I think I really want to drill that the Langford bill was a huge step backwards for America by it not getting signed, because it updated our policies that haven't been updated since the 90s. So anyways, I don't know what happened with Liquor Store the Dinosaur, but I hope he comes back. I was enjoying my conversation with him. Because I'm a liar? Oh. Well, that's not good. Anyways. I hadn't been paying attention to the chat. Let me just get updated on here. Over the last 10 years. Change the law so they can, but they are not a border, like they are still coming in. Yeah, I noticed that too, that we still have people coming into the country. But anyways, let's continue on with PBS NewsHour. Shout out to Liquor Store Dinosaur for coming in the chat and talking with me. And I encourage everybody else, if they want to talk about anything or debate anything, I'd love to have a conversation. I really would. You will find out that I'm not nearly as crazy as a lot of the lefties out there. Not that I hate them. I love my leftist brethren, but they are a handful sometimes. They just like my conservative brethren, they can be a handful as well. Anyways, let me check. Yeah, nothing there. Steve, or Liquor Store, I didn't mean to call you Steve, my bad. If you want to come back in, just let me know in chat and I'll bring you in.
I'm stepping in where the agent has already knocked this woman down, and I don't condone that. I mean, that is totally wrong. But as a person who's there to protest, observe,
I'm a radical guy, just not a radical leftist. Yes, very true. I'm not gonna say I don't want to be too egotistical, but I'd say I'm pretty rad. I like that. I'm radical, just not on the left or the right. I'm a radical moderate. No.
Record.
I won't deny I do have a left bias. I very much align with like the Democratic Party. But that doesn't mean I need to hate my fellow American just because we have different political stances.
You want to not get involved. Even the guidelines.
And even, something else, for a while, politics wasn't really important in America. We had people that respected our rule of law. Too radical left and you're a flat earther. Oh yeah, could you imagine radical centrist? I don't want anything to change. If anybody has any ideas, we're not having them.
So you should stay 5 or 6 or 7 feet away.
I guess I'm a radical moderate in the sense I don't think, I think our country is great and I don't think it needs to be, the government form needs to be shifted, So I guess I'm radical in that. I just think we have some systemic issues that we need to deal with. Two sides bring balance, not division. I actually very much agree, believe it or not. A lot of people think the two-party system is bad, but I think it's great. For bill had a moderate increase, but adding judges, Trump won, has doubled the bill from 97. Oh my God, I had no idea it had ballooned that much. Is flat earth far left only thing and not just a crazy? No, it's a crazy thing. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, you guys, I've been listening to go to sleep to this conspiracy iceberg, and the flat earthers, they have multiple different conspiracies now. It's like a mix. Well, I don't necessarily think they're two sides of the same coin, but I do think that having two parties encourages more compromise. Because you don't have another party that you can go coalition with. It is just Democrat or Republican and maybe independents. So you have to compromise a little bit more, or at least that's what the hope usually is. Unfortunately, right now, that's not happening, but we can hope. Hey, to be honest, though, Tim Walz and Donald Trump having that conversation is big. They both decided they wanted to bring down the temperature. I just figured MAGA would lump us in with Flat Earth. I mean, they've got the, I mean, they're more likely to believe in flat earth than we are. I mean, I think a lot of flat earth comes from biblical teachings, so. Flat earthers have a Pac-Man theory? Oh, I wish that was true. You know how cool that would be?
Alex was in the heat of the moment, and he didn't do that, and I wish he had.
You mentioned the training that these federal agents have before they go. And I want to point out a slight distinction here. When we talked about the shooting and killing of Renee Good, that was by an ICE agent. This was, looks like it was a Border Patrol agent in the shooting and killing of Alex Preddy. From what you know, are they...
Little game talk. Morrowind, if you guys want a game that's not really similar to Morrowind, but will hit that, will fill that niche, check out Kenshi. It is super fun, dude. And once I get a better computer and I'm not just streaming on a Lenovo laptop, I will definitely be playing Kenshi and making all of my chatters into characters, but that's a long ways away. I'm very poor, unfortunately. I'm not rich. But anyways, at some point we will have a nice, beautiful RGB computer. Kenshi is great. Yeah, I love Kenshi, dude. It's fucking sick. United Cities or Holy Nation? United Cities or Holy Nation? That's the question. Or Shek Kingdom. I'll be honest, I go Shek Kingdom.
To work in these kinds of environments, crowd control, urban policing.
Not at all.
Through ROM hacks?
Commander
Hey, Brian, we got something similar there because we play ROM hacks on here as well. We haven't recently, but the reason I play older games is because I have a piece of shit as my laptop. Not that we don't love her. She is a valuable asset, but when you go to build one, let me know. Oh, for sure. I'll build it on screen for you guys. And I know I've been saying it for a while, but we will be doing Yu-Gi-Oh! Pack openings at some point. That's on the list. I just have to get the packs and then I'll have a little setup on my hands.
From the Border Patrol talked about how they have offices in some different cities, like Buffalo. I was the police commissioner in Buffalo for 5 years. I never saw a Border Patrol agent.
Nope, we got a live one. Keith Baker says, Trump is healing America for the Democrat disease that has spread through the country. Now keep deporting those illegal immigrants that arrest all the corrupt Democrats who have made millions. Yeah, Trump is mad that we haven't made billions like him.
In the city. So they don't have that kind of experience and background and training to work in an environment that can actually become a bit hostile.
I've never got that far. I just kind of get my guy all strong and fast and go on a rampage. Well, I go Shek Kingdom, but if I had to choose, I'd probably go United Cities, because while they do have slavery, okay, the Holy Nation does too. The Holy Nation also has slavery, but they're also more corrupt in the United Cities. I don't know. I'm fucking Flotsam Ninja. That's what I'm doing. Always set up daycare. Fail after a year, chances it'll never be discovered. Well, shit. I mean, if according to Nick Shirley's fucking video, can you believe that a YouTuber known as Nick Shirley caused all of this? They're probably gonna put that guy's name in history books. Like, they probably will. There will probably be a whole little section on Nick Shirley. All because he went to fucking daycares and tried to film people when they weren't even open. Alright, I gotta get some quests. We gotta do some quests. Guard, do you have quest? Oh, I need to pick mushrooms. Alright.
And city police officers know how to handle those things. It's very obvious that ICE and the Border Patrol do not.
The other thing we've heard from the administration officials is this idea that Alex Preddy was someone who was intent on harming federal agents. They say he approached officers with a gun, intended to massacre law enforcement. The DHS secretary said that officers were acting defensively in their actions. I know there's a lot of video we haven't seen yet, but have you
By the way,
seen
guys,
any evidence
remember
of
to
those?
like and subscribe if you guys haven't already. Really helps out the channel. That guy has mental age of 12. Something ain't right with that boy. Dan Bondino? Is that who we're talking? Or no, it's fucking, what's his name? It's not Dan Bongino. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Those claims in the videos that are circulating now?
I did not see any of that. The
What's
only
his
thing
name? Is it Dan Bongino? No, I didn't think it was Dan. What is the name of the head of ICE? I forgot. Well, anyways, the guy that said you should be very careful of what you say about ICE, or else you might be
I did see
committing a
in his
terrorism.
hand was a cell phone.
So to follow on that, we know that there's
Ken
body
DiGiorno.
camera footage from the federal
Yeah,
agents that
very
investigate.
embarrassed. You know, as upset I was when Tim Walz announced that he wasn't going to be running again. I can only imagine that Republicans felt that way when Dan Bongino said he's going to quit. Right when the Epstein files were coming out. Right when the Epstein files were coming out, he's like, all right, guys, I'm done. I'm done. No reason. Yeah, just no reason. I'm done. Like, that's bad. That's bad.
Investigators are looking into. Reportedly, there's also the phone that Alex Preddy himself seemed to be recording on. What do you think we can learn from those additional camera angles?
Well, body cameras have become very popular and for a number of years. And when I was at Customs and Border Protection, we experimented, and the Border Patrol agents were keen to use them. The problem was at that time the technology did
Fuck
not
him. He's
hold
part
up.
of the cover-up. Let him sulk in a cell. Fuck yeah, dude. Honestly. Tom Homan? No, it's the guy who is always in equipment. He's always Bavino. Yes. Bavino. We got Dan Bongino, and now we've got Tim Bavino? I don't remember. Here, hold on. He's barely holding on to his hair. Yeah, you guys know who I'm talking about. No, that's not how you spell things. Greg Bavino. There we go. This little fucking twerp. He pisses me off. He's probably the number one person in the administration that just pisses me off, bro. All right. Yeah, there we go. Look at this little shit eater. Like, look how lame he is. I'm sorry, but look how lame he is. He looks like Greg Gutfeld's alcoholic stepbrother. They fired him today? No way. Did they? I'm not seeing that. Oh, maybe they did. Well, hey, shit. Looks like Greg Bavino's out. Let me just, let me put this short that Bill sent me. I had no idea he was out.
Calling law enforcement names like Gestapo or using the term kidnapping.
Oh,
that
wait
is
a minute. No, he's not out. Oh,
choice
yeah. This was just
that is made.
threatening Americans. That's good. Oh, he got demoted. Okay, got you. Well, I don't blame them. I would have demoted this fucking idiot a long time ago.
Well,
that's exciting news, Luna. Thank you for letting me know that, by the way. I appreciate that.
But they said, look, this body camera will protect me more. It will show that what I did is lawful and restrained. And now the administration...
Bavino in Italian means cow. I guess he's gone on to eat the pastures. They are ordered to leave Minnesota by tomorrow. That's great. Finally, de-escalation. I thought I would never fucking see it from this administration.
Doesn't want to use body cameras.
Can I ask big picture here? Because you mentioned these are not agents who are trained in the environment in which they're currently operating. 2 American citizens have now been killed by those federal agents in Minnesota. What do you think needs to happen?
God, they really did just die too soon, dude. They should be walking on this earth right now.
So there's not a 3rd citizen killed.
Well, one, the Border Patrol is clearly the wrong tool to be leading this effort, to be working in an urban environment. And frankly, the ICE section, the removal section...
Okay, here we go. The Atlantic. Let's check this out. Oh my God! You weren't wrong. Shout out to Luna and Bill for letting me know about this. Yeah. Look how sad that this is a great image, by the way. Oh, we got a Bobby Bones show. I actually hear the Bobby Bones show on my radio from time to time. It's real, very fresh news. Greg Bavino loses his job. The Border Patrol chief has been ousted from his role as commander-at-large and will return to El Centro. Greg Bavino has been removed from his role as Border Patrol commander-at-large and will return to his former job in El Centro, California, where he is expected to retire soon. According to a DHS official and 2 people with the knowledge of the change. Dude. Whoa. They said he's going to be gone. Don't worry about it. Dude, it is 6:13. Hello?
Hello.
Listen, I have a...
Good evening, Emmett.
I have a set of skills that should make you be pooping your pants later. I don't know. Bavino's sudden demotion is the clearest sign yet that the Trump administration is reconsidering its most aggressive tactics after the killing Saturday of 37-year-old Alex Preddy by Border Patrol agents under Bavino's command. Earlier today, President Trump appeared to signal in a series of social media posts a tactical shift in the administration's mass deportation campaign. Trump wrote that he spoke with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, whom the White House has blamed for inciting violence, and the 2 men are now on a similar wavelength. Tom Homan, the former ICE chief, whom Trump has designated border czar, will head to Minnesota to assume command of the federal mobilization there, Trump said. Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, and her close advisor Corey Lewandowski, who were Bavino's biggest backers at the DHS, are also at risk of losing their job, 2 of the people told me. Whoa! Did you guys hear that? Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Corey Dowski. I'm just going to call him Dowski. Godzilla? Well, Godzilla is a very cool... They are a very cool creature. Yeah, I saw that too, sending Tom Homan instead. I mean, out of the 2, I would take Tom Homan. I'm sorry. This guy is insufferable. He will be bitching about his ex-wife and his child support for weeks. I guarantee you. I'm just talking about like the type of guy you meet at work. You guys know this guy. He's shitty. He fucking has a horrible attitude about life. You know, life obviously passed him the fuck by. And nobody told him, hey, you got to get going. So that's who this guy reminds me of. I bet you 10 years from now, we'll find out that Bavino died from alcohol poisoning or some shit. Yeah, this guy's a shit stain on the American fabric. And the sooner we can get him out of there, the sooner our sheets will start to smell fresh.
RO, they were pretty good at being able to target people who were dangerous, target people with final orders of deportation, and make those arrests. This walking through a Walmart and a Home Depot lot makes little sense, and all you've really done is...
But this isn't, you know, them withdrawing from Minnesota is only part of it, guys. Like, I'm sorry, but it is. They need to give a fair investigation to Renee Good and Alex Preddy. They need to give them a fair kick. Anyways, I'm going to let this continue.
One, cause chaos, but you've also pretty much eroded the trust that law enforcement has gained in the last 5 years after the murder of George Floyd.
That is the former Customs and Border Protection Commissioner, Gil Kurlikowski, joining us tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
A federal judge in Minnesota heard arguments today on whether to expel ICE agents from the state and put an end to the Trump administration's sweeping immigration enforcement. The hearing comes as state and the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul officials warn that ICE's actions have pushed them into crisis. We're joined now by Mary McCord, Executive Director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection at Georgetown Law. Mary, thank you for being with us.
Sure, my pleasure.
Host is Peanut Brain Yapping Putz. Thank you. The gallant ground frog. Couldn't have chose a better fucking name. I mean, Jesus Christ. It's gonna be a real issue. Speaking that into
at its heart, is this lawsuit, is this case really about immigration enforcement, or is it fundamentally about the balance of power between states and the federal government?
Well, the way that it's been pled by the state of Minnesota and the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, it does bring to issue this idea of federalism and principles of states' rights and the federal government's rights. And they have a number of other claims, but 2 of the key claims in their complaint and the key claims that were in their motion for a preliminary injunction that was heard by the court today is that what the government is doing here with this entire surge that in the way it's been implemented has violated, the Constitution, the Fourth Amendment when it comes to some of the searches and seizures, the First Amendment when it comes to retaliation against protesters, racial profiling, aggressive conduct, all those things.
46 likes. Thank you guys so much. That is so sick. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. That's sick. Good job, guys.
You're saying that this infringes on their 10th Amendment
Shout out to all the
rights.
call-ins and shout out to my mod, fucking Bill Clockwell, for coming in and talking. We're probably gonna wrap up here soon. Let's see, we'll make sure it's a 6-hour stream. You know what I'm saying?
because states are reserved the police power. And because of this surge and because of the pressure it's putting.
I don't believe in your God, bro. The Lord's name. Fucking Yahweh? You talking about Yahweh? That who you're talking about, man?
On the state and the cities and where it's occurring, that's impacting their ability to protect public safety, general health and welfare, all obligations.
I know
of the
he's
state.
tired. You got Bill. You can sleep, man. I should be able to mod and stuff. I don't want you to. You're staying up pretty late, and I feel bad.
And they also argue it violates the notion of equal sovereignty between the states because they argue that Minnesota is being targeted for political reasons, whereas other states that might even have more undocumented immigrants or the crisis of undocumented immigrants might be greater are not being targeted this way.
Bout of insomnia? Yeah, I get that. I used to. Now I luckily have sleeping medication because I was having nights where I would having times where I'd stay up like for 3 days. My God's name is, they talk like Link. I know.
And if the judge were to grant Minnesota's request for a halt or some restriction on ICE's operations, what would that look
Few
like
years since you've had
in a
this?
real way?
Well, that's a tough question to answer because
Wrap up your cheesy show, toxic toilet mouth. Jesus Christ, I had no idea that I would be getting pearl clutched by the by the curse police.
complaint asks for a lot of relief. At the heart, what Minnesota wants is for ICE to pull out of this surge, not necessarily every ICE agent to leave, but this surge to end. And, that's an extraordinary relief because, of course, the federal government argues that under principles of supremacy of federal law, a state can't, force them to stop enforcing federal law, and that a judge would not be able to do that either. So, it really does pit these interests. And
I
that
know,
relief
sounds
would be
like
pretty
censorship to
extraordinary.
me
There
too,
are
Brian.
lesser forms of relief, though, that the judge might be considering because she's taking this under advisement, which are things like enjoining, violations of Fourth Amendment by, not racially profiling when they engage in stops, enjoining them from going into sensitive locations like hospitals and schools and daycares, things like that. So there's a whole sort of variety of relief that she could grant if she agrees with the legal arguments that have been made.
Yeah, Bavino just retired. We actually just covered it. We just went over. Yeah, Bavino he was essentially fired from what it sounded like. Which I'd be interested to see, like, how many of ICE's actions are actually, like, what are they thinking if they fire Bavino at this point? I don't know. It's interesting.
And on the flip side, if the court sides with the Justice Department and the Trump administration, what precedent might that set for states that challenge federal immigration enforcement and surges like the ones we've seen in Minneapolis?
Yeah, this case has been different than so many.
Just came out. Yeah, very interesting to see him leave. I mean, I don't blame the Trump administration. Have you seen this guy? He is a douche.
The other cases that have been brought in places like Portland and in Illinois, Chicago, when it comes to how ICE agents are actually performing their duties. A lot of those cases, like another case actually that's in Minnesota right now, the Tincher case, those have been brought on behalf of protesters or on behalf of people who have been stopped as suspected being here undocumented. And those are making very specific other types of claims. And this would have no impact on those lawsuits because the claims made by the state here are very different, these 10th Amendment claims. The other claims are much more personal to the individuals who have been subject to unconstitutional treatment. So I think that you would still see those types of lawsuits in Minnesota, like there is one ongoing, the Tincher case, or in other states, if we see the type of excessive force and overreach and unconstitutional practices that we are seeing by ICE in Minnesota and that we saw in Portland and that we saw in Chicago and in LA.
And Mary, based on the arguments that you've heard and the legal issues at stake, are there any clues about how this judge might frame her decision?
Yes, I was not able to listen to it today because I was working on other things, but I understand that she did.
It's not standard. What a little tiny goon of a man. Yeah, I know. I didn't know that little tidbit about the Nazi coat. That's funny. God, of course I can't. I need to get dispelled.
Ask, pointed questions along the nature of what we've been talking about how to balance the interest of the federal government and the supremacy clause and the interest of the states and the powers reserved to them under the 10th Amendment. And so she's going to think long and hard about, I think, the legal arguments here before she issues her ruling. And I don't really want to speculate about that because that wouldn't be fair to the parties.
Understood. Mary McWhorter, thanks to you as always. Let's look now at some of the political fallout from the immigration crackdown and fatal shooting in Minnesota.
At the White House today, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt delivered a somewhat different message than administration officials did over the weekend. Our own Liz Landers was in the briefing room, and she joins us now from the White House.
Yeah, I know. I don't know who sidelined him. I imagine it's Trump. I mean, come on. Is anything happening under this fucking loser that he doesn't agree with? Fuck ICE. Amen, man. Amen. They're destroying the American fabric, let me tell you. But we did get some good news today, guys. Judge said they should litigate separately. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
So Liz, when it comes to the shooting and killing of Alex Preddy, what did we hear from the White House today?
Yeah, Amna, as you mentioned, a very different tone coming out of the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt this afternoon when talking about the shooting that occurred over the weekend, especially when you compare that to what we heard from administration officials on Saturday and Sunday. The White House Press Secretary today calling out.
I hope it's going well out there for you. We love the UK here. My planet that I orbit is Lonerbox, and he's from the UK. He talks about it quite a bit, actually. I enjoy his takes on UK politics.
Alex Preddy's death a tragedy, saying that President Trump never wants to see Americans shot and killed in the streets. And when she was asked if the president thought that the shooting was a mistake, this is what she had to say.
Again, the president has said, we have to review it, and this investigation needs to continue, and he's letting the facts on the investigation lead itself.
Those investigations
I really would
are
just ask, then why not just investigate with the law enforcement? Not the, you guys know it. Why not investigate with the state? Oh, my block went up. Get fucked, you loser. Let's go.
Conducted right now by the FBI and by Homeland Security themselves. There's also an internal investigation that Customs and Border Patrol is also undertaking. And Amna, one of the main sort of differences that we heard today from Leavitt at the podium was specifically some of the comments that Kristi Noem and Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller had made in the press and online over the weekend. She was asked if the president thought that Preddy had committed a domestic act of terrorism or that he was an assassin. Leavitt said, "I have not heard the president characterize."
Now that I'm thinking about it, if the situation was as bad as Greg said it was, why didn't he call clearance on martial law? Yeah. Everything it's all. I agree with you, Lord Snooty. It's all to distract
Liz, we also
from the
heard the
Epstein
president
files.
announce he's
And
going to
he
send
is-
his border czar,
The
Tom
issue
Homan,
is
to
the Epstein files are never going to go away. People are most likely never going to be satisfied with what they release. So they should just release as much as they can so they have cover. But instead, they may not be satisfied, but but the way they're looking right now, it looks like they're trying to hide something, It looks like they're trying to hide something. So
Minneapolis, and that Homan's going to report directly to him. What do we know about what Homan will be doing on the ground there?
Right. So Tom Homan, the border czar, is on his way this evening to Minneapolis. And we heard from the president in just the last few moments that he has connected on the phone with the Minneapolis mayor and with the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, talking about
due to
Homan's
Trump's
role
Greenland
on the
pursuit,
ground there. White
Canadian
House
music
Press
legend
Secretary
Neil
Caroline
Young made
Leavitt
his
said in today's
music
briefing
free in
that
Greenland.
he is
Hell
there
yeah,
to
bro.
coordinate with the state and local authorities to achieve this cooperation. And she said to subdue the chaos on the streets of Minneapolis. Governor Walz, though, was pretty pointed still this afternoon in a Wall Street Journal op-ed that he had talking about the
RFK
administration
Jr.
and saying that they are
assassin.
lying about
I know what
Minnesota.
you meant, JFK. Yeah, it'll probably take long. I don't know, though. I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to get just some of the internal communication.
Not coordinating with deporting some of these criminal illegal aliens who are here in the United States. He said, this assault on our communities is not necessary to enforce our immigration laws. We don't have to choose between open borders and whatever the hell this is. Mr. Trump can and must end this unlawful, violent, and chaotic campaign. You're seeing from Minnesota officials, the Department of Corrections there saying and fact-checking 68 false claims that they say that the Department of Homeland Security is putting out there about them not cooperating with detaining people that they have found here in the United States who are here illegally that they have arrested. Amna.
All right, that's our Liz Landers reporting live from the White House tonight. Liz, thank you.
All right, folks. I think I'm going to end my stream right around here. I'm getting kind of tired, and I got to eat and do the human basic human functions. I know. It's just a little bit until I get my robot body. Just you guys wait. Anyways, guys, thank you guys so much for watching. You have absolutely killed the like goal of 20. Let's see how many likes I got today and how many subs I got, because you guys absolutely killed it today. Thank you guys so much. 45 likes. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. What a lame ass. Rather listen to Black Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne. That's what I listen to. That's my music, bro. I love Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath. Those are like, that's probably the band I listen to the most. Black Sabbath, and I listen to a lot of Ghost recently. I've been really enjoying them. Anyways, let me get started, guys. Let me get the ending music going, and we'll split out of here. Make like a banana, if you will. Guys, go check out, hold on. IRI, he's live right now. And he's one of the people that inspired me to start streaming, so great band, to be fair. Oh yeah, I love fucking Black Sabbath, dude. They're so good. And they were just so ahead of it. Oh, sorry. I don't mean to be showing that. They're just so ahead of their time, too. Head down, stream until we hit, head down, and stream until we hit 50. Well, I'll send my agents after that, and we can probably hit 50. Anyways, guys, I gotta get out of here. I gotta eat. Food is important. Show with Zero the Hero? Maybe. I wish I could play music, honestly. I have a whole playlist that I'll share with you guys at some point. Oh, you've seen them live? Fuck, that would be so sick, dude. Rest in peace to Ozzy, bro. Rest in peace. Anyways, I'm gonna head out of here. Let me get my Front Mission 4 music going. I think Front Mission 4 is just gonna be our music for a while. I don't know what else we would do. I tried Morrowind, but it just wasn't fitting. Just wasn't fitting with the vibe. Oh, I got a TurboTax ad. Nice. All right, we're gonna do Move Out. That's my favorite one. Maybe. Again, this is just the ending, ladies and gentlemen, so All right, soldiers. I will see you tomorrow. I should have the times set up by tonight. So, until then, go out and spread the little message. I'll see you guys tomorrow. You guys really did kill it today, though. Thank you guys so much. Had a great time. Meow, have a good one, guy. Hope to catch you again. Hey, I'll see you later, Brian. I always appreciate you being in my chat. Good seeing you, SBC. Good seeing you. It's Bots. We saw all of the big TGD EU characters. We saw a lot of them anyways. Heaven and Hell is my favorite, personally. Alright, I gotta switch my OBS. Eat. Alright, later guys.